Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know if you can hear it. Thank you very much. Great. You guys can hear me and see my screen. So monkeypox. Who'd have thought we'd be talking about monkeypox? Last Monday is when it all started. So take a look at SIGA. Unbelievable action. I know a lot of people probably were looking at this. This is the one I was talking about on Friday afternoon during that 3 to 4 period. Did take a little bit, did not hold it. I did not hold it. But this is the one that I thought might power later on in the day in that last hour, and boy, did it ever. So, this went from about $11, it got up to 13.42, then up to 15.61, then up to 17.57 this morning. And it's pulled back some, but of course, monkeypox is in the news. We've got some monkeypox stocks. GOVX is another one. It popped over $2 this morning. Very low float, 9 million. I think that Zach pointed out that somebody, can't remember who it is, put a $6 price target on them. CBIO guys, this is not boy, if they put monkeypox in their press release, I'm sure this one even soar higher. But yeah, CBIO is popping right now. They've sold, as Zach pointed out, something $60 million. Announced it sold its complement portfolio for $60 million. And so now this is over $1, at least it's trying to get over $1. Relatively low float, 27 million in the float. EBS, I'm just going over the monkeypox stock. So EBS is another one, probably a little more, I want to say legitimate, but at least this one was, certainly in a price range that it doesn't look like a penny stock. It didn't look like a penny stock before all this happened. I know, I also wanted to join the fray. Keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, this has been so active in the past. Of course, this was as a virus play way back here, all the way up to $34 before it just utterly collapsed. But if you check the headlines for I know, they've got monkeypox in their headlines, so they're trying to get involved with this also. This is a huge float, 217 million in the float. Give me a moment, please. IMGN. IMGN also was popping this morning. Let's see, is it still up? IMGN, yeah, it's kind of still up. I didn't really delve into the news. I saw FDA in the headline, so something to do with the FDA, IMGN, another, wow, CBIO. Guys, I usually don't pay that much attention to these ones, but man, oh man, 39 cents, dollar four, as I guess back of the napkin valuation by William, suggesting perhaps a $2 valuation based on what they've done. That is not a recommendation, of course. This is a low volume EBET. It's low volume. I don't see any specific reason. I mean, I see their CEO to speech as keynote at Sigma Americas, whatever that means. Anyway, so this is EBET, low float, 9 million in the float. Again, it's very low volume to start. In case you're wondering about VMware. So overtures by Broadcom, AVGO to buy them out. This is the huge, one of the biggest buyouts this year. And GL, another one that not a lot of volume, but it is up. It's pretty good percentage pre-market. No, very good percentage, in fact. In fact, the volume has picked up. The volume has picked up. This is a GLDG. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. GLDG, Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Vancouver, my hometown. So GLDG probably coming into some resistance around the 135 mark. This is actually shortable for me. Lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 1.64 million. Talk a little bit about the trade of the week. The trade of the week is Dino. They must have changed their, yeah, they changed their symbol. This is Sinclair Corporation. Can't remember what they were before, but they changed their symbol here. So, and it is considered live at 47. Again, there's no volume yet. So I'm not suggesting, well, how you trade the trade of the week is up to you. If you trade it at all, I would suggest, with that volume, you don't, just because it says that it's live at 47, that you don't pile into it right yet. Morning, Joy. You look like you're new. GPS, guys. GPS. Wow, this is an $8 price target. GPS. I think they have earnings. So not today, but this week. GPS, another retailer, of course. Most of the retailers got hit hard last week. Started off with Walmart and then Target, and the rest of them just pulled, or those two just basically pulled most of the retail sector down. And so the GPS is releasing on the 26th. City has got an $8 price target on them. Jim Z. Good morning, Jim. All right, this one is just popping in here. ETTX. ETTX. Oh, I see. This is a buyout for 220. Okay, so forget about it. This is a buyout. Innoviva to buy the rest of Intasys for 220 a share in cash. So okay, so that was not Sinclair Broadcasting. Okay. You're right. I should have checked. This is not, this is, okay, so this is an energy play. Okay. I thought it was, I know Sinclair Broadcasting is there also. Not in this group, of course, but all right, I'm just looking to see. I do see this OIMM, but I don't know. It just looks like there's too much resistance. 22 million. Well, actually, I mean, we might have to keep an eye on this one. Now, 22 million in the float, so it's low float. The volume is still low right now. It is starting to pick up a little bit, and that is the OIMM. Sorry, OIIM. But I kind of looked at this and I thought there was just too much resistance, not that far away. Had a big pop after hours. Okay, this is okay. I understand now. So there is, yeah, I'm skeptical, but I mean a $550 a 550 acquisition proposal. So that was the reason for the pop after hours. I'm just skeptical. XPEV has earnings, guys. XPEV has earnings. It's starting to drift down now. When I first saw it, it was really flat, but XPEV has earnings. I'm sure this is probably going to drag down LI and also NIO. And I'm hearing Viru. Okay, on the way down. Viru on the way down. VERU on the way down. Oppenheimer's trying to still pump these guys up with a price target of 36. All right, it is now 9:11, so I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active the analysts are. Okay, few upgrades, few more downgrades. Oops. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Anthony, here are the downgrades. Let's see if there is anything that is multiply downgraded. In other words, the same stock downgraded by several brokerage firms. I don't see any. But I am seeing a lot of retailers still being downgraded. Yeah, that is definitely the theme. Retailers being downgraded. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Morning, I in our YouTube room. Yeah, Best Buy. I think Best Buy releases BBY. Yeah, May the 24th. That is after hours tomorrow. I'm sorry, tomorrow before the market opens. All right, I'm just looking to see if there's anything that is sneaking in. My actives up or down. I do see EVOK. EVOK is yeah, it's just not shortable for me. EVOK is a huge gap down, 22%. And they did have some news this morning. The market initially reacted extremely well to it. Look at this, it got up to $6. Reality set in though. Also, they're announcing a reverse split. I guess actually today. And the ratio is 12 to 1, 1 to 12 reverse split. So this is actually effective today, guys, the EVOK. Which is one reason why it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Typically when a stock does a reverse split, at least the first few days, very hard to find shorts for them. Still, I mean, they've been talking about that for a long time for DD. Stock rallies after the shareholders approve a delisting. Okay. So obviously, keep an eye on SIGA, GOVX, EBS. These are all the monkeypox plays. And also CMRX, another monkeypox play, and TNXP. So notice what I did here, guys. I kept the, just to show you how you can actually use our simulator and you can practice swing trading. And I thought, you know what, let's just keep it in here. Kept it in over the weekend, TNXP, another monkeypox play. Got all the way up to 325 in the pre-market. Is there any specific reason for Viru starting to move down? No, I don't see any specific reason. David, you're in the main room this morning. Good morning. Bon matin. Yeah, I thought of you, Zach. The minute I saw INO popping and I saw monkeypox in their press release, I thought of you. So we're in for a nice positive open to start anyway. See, the market barely closed positive on Friday. Dow was up. SPY was basically flat. NAS was down a little. So as we speak, the SPY is popping. We're going to have a positive open. Guys, look at SIGA. I mean, SIGA, this is going to be, this is obviously going to be in play all day long. And this is shortable for me also. So it's going to be in play all day long. I've put it up, believe it or not, I've put a price alert way up here behind the pre-market. If it takes it out, with that float, it's not a huge float, not a low float, but it's not a large float, but it's an all-time high. At least as it started trading as SIGA, it's an all-time high. As long as this monkeypox keeps making headlines, this reminds me of, but listen, I'm not at all suggesting it's going to do what NVAX did, but I know, and certainly monkeypox is not COVID, but it's in the headlines right now. Well, of course, yeah, Victoria Day in Canada. So yeah, so welcome all Canadians, including myself. Happy Victoria's Day. If you're trading today, great. $9.20. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of action we're having from the. I haven't even checked what oil prices are doing right now. I'm going to check the sector status. So what we're looking at right now are the major sectors. And as usual, I haven't even checked energy this morning or the oil prices. Obviously, they must be up a little bit. In fact, let me do a quick check to see what is happening. And the answer is yeah, so oil is up just a little bit, but all the energy stocks. So what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. What does that 100% mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from Friday's close. That's what that means. And typically, what we've seen over the last few, weeks, months even, it's typically all or nothing. In other words, they're all either up or they're all either down. So, and of course, with the market being having a nice lift this morning with the SPY, all sectors are up as we speak. Of course, when the market opens, everything can change. Yeah, I can't. I have no idea on the Zynga. Yeah, a lot of volume. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's your news. I mean, Take-Two Interactive completes the combination with Zynga, but that's all I can see. So it's not trading today. They completed the acquisition, so it's not trading as Zynga anymore. Here's your complete news. Yeah, so I mean, so it's tied to the share price of TTWO. It's tied to the share price. It was not an all-cash offer. So I guess that's why it moved down. Oh, that's the reason. Oh, I see. You're wondering why? That's the reason. It has been completed. So it doesn't trade anymore. TTWO now is merger is complete. So with the GOVX, I mean, this is the low float. This is the lowest, probably the lowest float of all these monkeypox plays. So you know what I do? I just put an alert at the high in the pre-market and see if it blasts through that. That's 210 or so. Again, when I put an alert, doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. I just want to know if it hits it, and then I can make up my mind. But typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. But that SIGA, I guess that is a supposedly, well, that's the one that started it all. But EBS, yeah, I mean, but look at that, 23%. So it is, what did it get up to 140 at one point? I remember if this was a virus play or not at one point. This little gold play from Vancouver here is starting to move here. It's a big float, 143 million in the float, so it's certainly not low. I looked at this also. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average, very, very close. I got another low float monkeypox play. Of course, is the TNXP big pullback from the pre-market highs, 323. That is a big percentage pullback. Again, this is the buyout. ETTX is a buyout right at 220, and it's a cash buyout. So forget about that one. Just looking at some of the other ones that weren't up that much, but not that much. Well, actually, HGen has some volume, does have a little bit of volume with it. HGen, HGEN. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. The key thing is, guys, watch some of these little farmers, these little bios, just in case they make some kind of announcement about monkeypox. And it doesn't matter whether, all they have to do is say, hey, we're working on it too. That's all they have to say. NAT, I'm hearing NAT, North American tankers, okay, starting to actually really give it up, almost down 10%. See any specific reason? Now, SPY is starting to drift down, guys, starting to drift down a little bit before they open, where we have another 2 minutes, in fact, almost a minute now before it opens, and we're starting to get a red bar. All right, we do have a minute. Thank you, William. Yeah, a minute to the open. So, well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Just looking at some of my thumbnailed charts from Friday. Global Online, GLBE, of course, super active all last week. GLBE. Yeah, if it takes out 20 again, I mean, it could have another little recovery run. Okay, NIO being dragged down because of XPAV. XPAV has earnings today. We're now open. Probably don't take as many shares. You're talking about regaining confidence. Don't take as many shares, perhaps, or lower your risk. Don't risk as much per trade. Okay, Agri guys, Agri's on the move here. AGRI for seed play. Catahoula, good morning. All right, let's take a look at the market. So the NAS is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. However, that was a maybe a little bit of an ominous red bar just before the market opened. Okay, so far the monkeypox plays are starting to sink. Boy, this takes out 14. The low right there is 1387. Yeah, stick an alert there and see what happens. It's for the SIGA, SIGA. All right, it just took it out. If you look at the 15-minute chart from Friday, there looks like there's some support right around that 13 mark for SIGA. Could be support. Okay, guys, there is the GovX. GovX now above 12, 12, sorry, 2. Got ahead of myself there. And of course, the attraction of this one is the float. Okay, monkeypox play, and it's the float. And the TNXP guys, the TNXP is also lifting here, right there. Yeah, the SIGA is definitely giving it up, but it wouldn't surprise me if this has a bounce at some point, just because, it's so in the news right now, this monkeypox. Okay, CLM is just showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early for me to take a trade in that, and I look, and it looks like there could be some support around 10.20. If this had been right at an all-time low, I probably would have taken it. Look at the market, guys. Market is starting to, as I say, that 15-minute candle before the market opened was kind of a clue. But CLM is on the move down. CLM on the move down. So this CNCE, I believe it got halted actually up here, got halted, CNCE got halted, and came right back down. Okay, so these cornerstones, CRF and CLM, these cornerstone, are all starting to move down here. The CRF is maybe a little more interesting only because it just checked out 10. That's a big, big psychological number to take out. CRF, and the next low looks like around 961. CLM and CRF, guys, both of them in the 10-day daily breakdown. And I know you meant XPEV, Zach. XPEV. I know you meant that. Well, guys, wow, CRF and CLM, look at these, just really giving it almost an all-time low now. Well, I guess not. I'm sorry. All-time low is way down here at 541 for CRF. But recently, whew, and I'm sure you meant one, Justin, not 10. Yeah. Wow, CRF and CLM. I mean, I didn't take either one of them. Just a little too early for me, but if you took either one of them. And the SIGA still up, but really fading now. Well, again, my conservative bias. So look at this. CRF, the alert was at 989, 959. CLM 1053 down to 10 now. They're both linked, of course. Yeah, the CBio, you're right, is over $1 again. I mean, it's really have a tough time with these. I mean, that fell all the way back down to 88 cents and then right back up to 105. And well, let's take a look at this one on the weekly chart. There's 110 there. 128 is there. 129. I mean, if it can get, I mean, if it can get through all this, I mean, look at the room it's got. I'm not saying it's going to do that, but boy, it's got a ton of room if it can get through that 120 level. Then you're talking 155 and 269. I mean, I really doubt it's going to do that. PWSC. Yeah, just low volumes to start, but yeah, Power School Holdings, or what do they do? Okay, okay. Education stock. I didn't see that as a monkey play, Zach. I didn't see it. Let's just see. No, well, unless they've really changed. It's something to do with hair loss. Okay. No, this is hair loss. Anything's possible, but this says hair loss. Wow, both the CLM. Well, yeah, again, my conservative nature, just not wanting to take these in the first 15 minutes unless they had been at the all-time low. Wow. Well, just look left on a weekly chart, Joe. I mean, on a monthly chart, what are we at now? 993, the monthly chart, 951. Now, whether that's support or not, I don't know. But 951 is the next low on the monthly chart. All right, we have a big bottoming tail now on the SPY, that first 15-minute candle, big bottoming tail. The buyers are trying. They're trying to support. Okay, so the AI is looking at TNXP. All right, I see BGXX was halted on the way down. This has become shortable for me, I think. Not many shares though, 3,000 shares at Interactive Brokers, but this has become shortable. BGXX all-time low now. Okay, guys, TNXP, I mean, the next high looking left is 432. It may struggle to get through that whole number of 3, but you know, Zach, it's funny you mentioned Peloton because I find it just cringeworthy. You know, I saw, you know, an ad on TV for Peloton. I mean, they're still advertising, you know, almost like nothing has happened. You know, I mean, obviously advertising, that's the way it works. They're not going to say, hey, but it just seems, it just, when you see these ads for Peloton, you go, man, oh man. But right now, the monkeypox play is TNXP. I mean, Siga is just really giving it up now. GA is really, really starting to give it up. I mean, it's almost basically flat. In other words, where it closed on Friday. So it has taken out that level right there, that 13 level that I thought may provide some support. A lot of volume coming in also. Now, this is a fairly low float also for the TNXP, 16 million in the float. Look at the volume coming in, 2.5 million right there. This is going to trade the float easily today. Okay, we now have some, wow, look at this gap up and go, CBIO. We're now starting to get some in my gap continuation or reversal scan. Now, if you took this one from the AI, just be, you know, $3 could block it for a while. There's that whole number, just psychological. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, this day and age, that news was not leaked at all. Look at CBIO, look at the trading, and then their announcement today about the $60 million, I guess, divestiture. Um, but look, I mean, look how it was trading up to that point. No clue whatsoever this was going to happen. And now look at the volume, 47 million shares, up almost 200%. Are we almost at the decade now, Harry? How many more years do we have to go? I know we're not. Probably about what, 5, 6 years into it? About 5 years, yeah. Well, half a decade. Well, and there it is, NTNX. So if you're wondering what we were talking about, well, about 5 years ago, Goldman said this is the stock of the decade, could be the stock of the decade, you know, and they talked about it back here in the 21 level. So it did get up to 65. Oh, I mean, it did get up to six, probably tripled from when they first mentioned it. Didn't hold, but what did hold? It took a while though. It didn't, it took a long time for it to do that, but nonetheless, not that I am defending Goldman. All right, here is this GLDG. Let's see now. Yeah, I look at it. I mean, first of all, there's a 200-day moving average. I just think it's too close to that. So even though it came into the AI, 127, look, if it got up to 142, that's a nice little percentage move, but that is what's blocking me. This porch I saw in the pre-market, PRCH. I did see it in the pre-market. There was very little volume. Volume was picked up. Don't know if I see any. Here we go. JP Morgan initiates, and do they put a price target? So they put an $8 price target on Porch, PRCH. JP Morgan is based on 2.5 times the 2023 revenue estimate, etc. So that is for Porch, PRCH. Well, I don't call it the stock of the decade, David. We're joking around here. That's what Goldman called it. We're just fooling around. Tongue in cheek. That's all it is. Of course not. I'd never call anything like that. Hey guys, this SPY recovered very well. Big bottoming tail here. Big bottoming tail. And now a big green candle forming. SPY on the move. So any sort of a bounce play. All right, GNK is a gap up and go. GNK, a shipper. Let's see what sort of room it's got. Looking left, 2468. So if it takes out 2468, the next high is 2586 on the daily chart. So it does have some room. Boy, AI a little too active, but here we go. There's Redbox. So yeah, RDBX. Could you have got it at 549? Probably would have been pretty tough, but you could have probably got it in this area. Yeah, Redbox just will not die. It just will not die. What's the next high looking left is 612. We're right there, and it's trying to take that out. The next high after that is 644. Wow, just won't die. Yeah, I wonder where you could have got it. 549 would have been awfully hard to get it right there. But, even if you got it around 560, I mean, people get very hung up. Well, I couldn't get it at 549. So then there it is halted. Yes. No, 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 no. Okay, first of all, guys, we're just kidding. Goldman Sachs called NTNX 5 years ago the possibility that could be the stock of the decade. That it's just a joke, okay? It's just a joke. NTNX. I'm not calling it the stock of the decade. It was Goldman Sachs when it was around 20, 22, $23, okay? Oh, just somebody in our YouTube room. It's just a joke, okay? Just a joke. Tongue in cheek. Okay, so is anybody able to get Redbox anywhere close to 549? Not even the fact that it's an AI alert, okay? Just interested to know how fast that popped. Because it came in my watch list at 573. Look at H&R Block. You want something that can be still pretty steady. I mean, this H&R Block is still really, really holding its gains. This was its earnings play a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago. And it just absolutely kept moving higher and higher. A little pullback, but nothing dramatic. Okay, guys, this one is not over yet either. The DPSI, very active last week, of course, got all the way up to 13 something, or around 13, 1302 perhaps. That would have been how many days ago? That would have been 3 days ago. So that would have been Wednesday, and it pulled all the way back. It's a low float, 6 million in the float, barely positive now, but it got halted on the way up. Got halted on the way up. All right, guys, this is a gap down and go. So it's an earnings play tomorrow. Sorry, yeah, no, I noticed it had a downgrade. ANF, it did have a downgrade. Okay, ANF had a downgrade along with many other retailers, and it has earnings tomorrow. Red boxes. Wow. So what is the potential open? No real clues here, guys. So again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt, 632. You can't see the symbol here, but it is the RDBX. There is the halt, 633, 633. So there's no clue really, because there's no way it's going to open up here. Oh, I wouldn't think so. Usually the first halt is good in that if you happen to get this before the halt, usually the first halt, there's a pop. That's not a strategy or anything like that. Took more than an hour to get into the trading room, really. Anybody else have a problem like that? All right, so Redbox just opened, guys. RDBX just opened. Actually, it kind of opened right at, so it did not pop yet. It did not pop yet. I'm not in anything yet. No, TRD. I was looking at ANF. Interesting. So RDBX did not really pop at all. Yes, it did. I shouldn't say that. I guess very quickly it popped to 660 because it was halted at what, 633, 632. So it did pop up to 660. You know what? 612. What did I say before? 612, 644. Boy, takes this out again. I'm going to stick an alert around 641 and see if it takes it out again. This just has a mind of its own. Yeah, this is very choppy now, guys, so be careful. Look at the SPY. That first 15-minute candle, that was a big. Okay, guys, I mean, sort of a scalp for me for the RDBX. Very quickly, I know it's, well, I had my alert set right here, 645. And so I had to very quickly act, but this is for me just a scalp. I mean, when you look at this high over here at 644, it did take it out, but there's another one at 675. There's another one. I mean, if it takes out 675, but this was just a little scalp trade for me. But boy, I mean, if it takes out 675, the next high looking left is 732. Very risky, highly risky. Only 8 million in the float. Amazon news. Take a look at Amazon. Something's happening. You're right. I mean, that's a pretty big drop. Amazon continues to explore cost-cutting options as pandemic recovery cools online shopping. That's nothing really new. All right, Sega's had a little bit of a bounce, guys. SIGA's had a little bit of a, well, quite a big bounce, I guess. 1161 right up to 1242. Yeah, red box not shortable for me. There's it came in Zach scan. Oof, okay, this SPY is now, NAS is now negative. Dow is still up a little, SPY's up a little. It's been a pretty erratic. First 15 minutes, again, that bottoming tail, and then the next 15 minutes, we have this big topping tail. But I think now we're starting to get our direction. So be aware of your, if you're in a bounce play, it's probably not going to bounce very much right now. Interesting. Okay, so the AI looked at, so there's the monkeypox, one of the monkeypox plays, EBS as a short. Yeah, well, SPY's not moving sideways anymore, TRD. And this got a ton of room on the downside here. Now, the only thing is there is I'm wrong. Looks like this is the 200-day, 46, so it's way below that. The VWAP, 3909, so it's below the VWAP. The next low looking left is $33 for EBS. So if these monkeypox plays keep, moving down, I mean, there's the next low looking left for EBS. Can't remember if this was a monkeypox play. TXMD, can't remember anymore. This is not over yet. This red box, RDBX, doesn't look like it's over. Some bottoming tails. Again, if it takes out that high, I mean, it could start to rip again. I mean, and I don't know exactly why this started to rip before. I know what they do. I never really see any specific news on it, other than maybe just being a meme play. All right, look at this, another bottoming tail on the SPY. Really a choppy day so far, guys. Bottoming tails, topping tails on the SPY. I've been trying to short this ANF. I mean, I can short it. I'd say trying to, but again, it's kind of a little bit choppy also. These bottoming tails, they have earnings tomorrow. Sorry, Real mentioned, hi Real, by the way, mentioned PWSC bounce. Let's see if it, yeah, I mean, it did bounce. Maybe if it takes out 1113 or so, that could get it rolling again, but I really think you need the market a little bit on your side, at least not moving down. Doesn't have to be moving up, but just not moving down. House plays are really, really tough. Actually, how's Dino doing? DINO, that is the trade of the week this week. So I don't think it triggered. I know it triggered in the pre-market, but I don't count that. But let's just see if it triggered. What's that opening candle? Yeah, I guess is that, yeah. So I guess in theory it did trigger. 47 was the trigger. You know, if you took it, well, you know what your stop is, your 20 SMA, the daily chart. Boy, is this ever ugly. The BGXX. Oh, look at GovX. Look at GovX now. GOVX. Monkey. I can't believe I'm saying this. Monkeypox play. GOVX. There's the high at 228. Has the added cachet about it in that I can't remember who it was, but put a $6 price target on it. I thought GOVX was a monkeypox play. All right, this one is starting to fade here. This ATRA, and wow, it's almost a lifetime low, guys. ATRA, almost a lifetime low, and almost an all-time low. Well, yeah, well, Raj, I mean, you know, anything is possible with GOVX. You know, it's a low float. And, you know, if it takes out the high here, yeah, maybe. But you know, that's not a recommendation at all. Another halt on the way up now for BGXX. You know, you can't ask me. I mean, you can ask me the question, Raj, but I can't. You know, I don't know what you actually expect me to say. You know, can one still take a stab at it? Of course you can, but you know, I'm not. I can't recommend one way or the other. You know, for me, we'll probably have to take out the high here, but boy, this is really interesting to me. The ATRA, it's a lifetime low right now, basically right at its lifetime low. Maxim Group, thank you, PJ. I thought it was yeah, one of those smaller firms. Look at this bottoming tail. Look at the SPY guys. I mean, this has been a very choppy start. Again, Now we've got these bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail. Very choppy start to the day. Well, I guess I'm going to have to forget about ANF. Well, there's an answer now, Raj. I mean, look at GovX. I mean, these GovX right now. So that's a big sell-off now. It's not shortable for me, and it just got halted on the way down. And SIGA. So all these monkey part. Well, I bet you that EBS is doing well. Boy, I mean, this has got just a ton of room underneath this EBS. Shoot, I mentioned this JNK a little earlier as a gap up and go. Yeah, looks like they're all starting to give it up. The SIGA, the EBS, the TN. Well, it doesn't look like it. They are all giving it up. The only thing about the EBS, it does have a bottoming tail there, so the buyers are trying, whereas the other ones, yeah, I guess they do look the same. A bottoming tail and then a little green. Look at EBS, looks I think identical. Yeah, bottom except that's not green. Do I have to look at CBio? Okay, is it over $1 still? Yeah, I mean, it is hanging in. 200-day moving average is way up there, so that's not an issue. It's a relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Keep an eye on the red box, guys. RDBX is still trying to hold that 6 level. Well, this just resumed. BGXX just resumed, and it did have a little pop up. The shorts have been snapped up now on Interactive Brokers. There weren't very many. I think the most I saw was about 4,000 or 5,000. Ah, lost sight of the ANF. Sure. Okay. Well, this is the one I wanted to short, but it wanted to get up to 2670. Big drop now. Downgrade, of course, retailer. I mean, what can we really expect tomorrow out of ANF? Has earnings tomorrow? right, guys, I'm just looking at, how about GWH? What are you doing? GWH falling here. All right, for the CBIO, I am going to stick an alert at the high here, 117. Who knows? Maybe later on it just explodes through that. It really doesn't have too much resistance. So I will take a look at that maybe later on if it does take that out. So you must have it on surfing. Naif. Okay, you must have it on. You must have it on surfing. So if you check right beside Brokerage Plus, it says idea surfing. You must have it on surfing. Okay, this is the toggle on and off. See, now it's on surfing. Now, yes, the charts will change. It'll take a look at all the top list windows that you have. So just this is just the toggle on and off. Okay, so just you see what I'm doing? So right beside Brokerage Plus, it should say idea surfing either paused or currently idea surfing. Just click on it and it'll be off. You won't be surfing anymore. It's possible that a layout that you loaded had it sort of the default being surfing, which I don't like at all. Not that I don't like surfing, but I don't like that being the default. Okay. Yeah, now let's see. I mean, I might be wrong. I mean, there's the 200-day. I mean, it's right there, 141. Let's see what it does at the 200-day, I guess. I mean, there's the GLDG. All right, guys, we're 10:20, so we're about a little less than an hour into this market. So if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And I will start off with my home page. All right, guys, Real mentioned this one as a potential bounce, and with the market now starting, well, maybe moving up a little bit, there's the PWSC. Sorry, so I'm going to put my homepage link in. So here is the information you can find on my homepage. So if you click on the link, if you want to take out a subscription right away, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, so the big one, annual premium is 2,000, less that 15%. Standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is what you see right here, the AI. Okay, you just basically wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do, nothing to configure. I'll go over this in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. In fact, if you're not sure about this program, please don't do that. You can always start off with a standard monthly or a premium monthly, 118 or 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if at any point you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%, okay? But make sure you want the program and always try us out for a couple of months before and look, you don't have to ever take an annual. So if you are going to take out a subscription or you're brand new and you haven't done this, please click on this Let's Get Started link. Excuse me, Let's Get Started link. Take you about 30 minutes to go through this. You don't have to look at them all, of course, if you've already done the download and installation, but there are 10 videos here, a total of about 30 minutes. That's the first thing you should do. After that, you can go to the education section. You can click here on the education section and go to the user guide. All I would do right now, if you're new, is just take a look at this. You should have already done the getting started. You should know what the channel bar is and why it's important to take a look at it. And you should know what the difference between alert windows and top list windows are, okay? Or the differences are, and how to create them if you want to create your own scans. After that, I mean, everything else is gravy. There's don't get hung up on how much information there is. Just concentrate on this to begin. Afterwards, you can start looking at, well, how do I create a sound alert? How do I create a price alert? Things like that, okay? But just get this down first. Today is Monday. So today, it should be Chris in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. And so it should be Chris in our YouTube room today. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I might take a break a little bit earlier. I have something to do at noon, so I want to get my video done. So I may take a break around 10 to 12. And I'll see if Chris can get into our YouTube room then. Chris will be also there 3:30 to 4:30 today. Today's Monday. So Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he's also in our YouTube room. Before I do take my break at noon though, or 10 to 12, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. So we're not on a schedule yet, a regular schedule yet for our webinars. Next week, we should resume them. You can sign up for all the webinars right here. And if you're new to trading, great little video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And it starts off with, what is a stock? More information on my homepage, the trade of the week. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't know what it's doing right now, but this week's trade of the week is Dino, D-I-N-O, considered live at $47. I do a stock of the day video at noon. We've already gone over all the education. And of course, if you want my scans, here they are. Okay, all the scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, and mainly this, though, the pre-market actives up and down. You'll hear me mention the gap continuation or reversal scan. It has been producing quite nicely in terms of, I think, pretty solid alerts. Remember, we're called trade ideas. Just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Okay, so there are lots of information here. So if you want, what I would do is just save my link. Then you can take a look at my scans, the education, the getting started, whenever you want. Okay, so just save my link, then you'll have access to my scans. How can I sort alert window scanners? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about I don't think you can, okay? If that's what you're only going to see the last one first. I I don't think you can, if I'm understanding your question. Or are you like I'm not, is that what you mean? I mean, if you have a bunch of alert windows and you're wanting to go say file load from cloud and you take a look at your alert windows, you'll always see the last one you save first. If you're talking about sorting these, I don't believe there's any way to do it. But if Pepe's in the room, he probably will tell me yes or it's. Is that what you're talking about though? The results in the alert windows based on your criteria. Well, okay, again, typically the default is always to see the last one first. Okay, the last one that triggered first. So you would want to see, I mean, that is the default. Yeah, okay, so that's the default. So if a stock makes a new high for the day, let me just see if I can find. So for instance, right here, okay, NTNX. You see this one over and over again. And that the last time it made a new high for the day, I mean, it's the only one that's triggered from the 10-day daily breakout, as an example. Why would you want to do that though? I mean, I guess you can, but why would you want to do that? I mean, the whole idea of an alert window, now you can sort the top list windows more, but I mean, to me, the whole idea of an alert window is to see the last alert first, or you want to see the last time it alerted right at the top. Okay, so if you had a bunch of different symbols, like why would you want to see it sorted by price? Just trying to figure out why you would want to do that. I mean, the whole idea of an alert window is to see the last one first. It's not a scanner surfing by default. No, it's your layout. If you want your layout to sort, if you want your layout to sort, excuse me, surf by default, like it was before, then you go into Tools, Options, and you see where it says Enable Idea Surfing. Click on it. But why not just use the toggle and turn it on or off as you want to? So, I mean, if you wanted to have it surfing by default, then you would just have to say enable surfing and then save all that. But in my opinion, why wouldn't you just enable it right here? Just turn it on and off when you want to. If you want to leave it on, fine. Does that not make more sense? So Tess, again, I'm trying to figure out why you would want to. Okay, let's take a look at the. Okay, that's a top list. Okay, so it's not an alert window. So top list window is very simple then. If you're talking about a top list window, and that low float winners that you're talking about, Tess, is a top list window. You see the T right there. Okay, so top list windows, yeah, you can sort on anything you want. So for instance, if I sort on the biggest pull-up losers, every one of these columns is sortable. So if I want to, so all I have to do is double left click, and now I'm sorted on the price from highest to lowest, if that's what I want to do. Change from the close, highest or lowest to highest. Okay, so in a topless window, all you have to do is double left click the header. And so in that particular case, the one you're talking about is that you can just double left click the price and sort it on price if that's what you want to do. Okay. What you see, you confused me when you said an alert window, because an alert window would make no sense to sort by price. But yeah, topless window, yeah, if that's what you want to do. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Raj, this is the format of the room all the time. It's nothing to do with the test drive. All right, guys, so let me just continue a little bit on my spiel. What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So you saw that I am sharing a lot of my scans, but a lot of scans are also here. If you click from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, these are all themed based channels. So for instance, the momentum channel. So this is one called a momentum. All you have to do to see what it is looking for, my scans also, all you have to do is right click, click on configure, and then click on the summary. And that is going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. So all these criteria have to be met. So the stock has to be between 1 and 50, current volume is 3, etc. If all of these criteria are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what an alert window does. Okay, we're really good at, if you want to create your own scans or you want to take our scans, this is what we're all about, really giving real-time alerts with various criteria that are met. So if you want to save this just as it is, in other words, take this window and take it out of this scan, all right, by right-clicking and then duplicating into a free-floating window. When you do that, this will be your in free floating. So you've taken it out. Then you can save it to the cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Why? Because the whole idea now of these channels is to go through them and maybe start extracting scans that you might like one by one, saving them to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one by one and thereby creating a layout without actually having to know how to create a scan in the first place. Okay? So if you don't want to ever create your own scans, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, tons of scans in our toolbar. So you don't have to create your own scans if you don't want to. But typically, once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you probably want to create some of your own scans. And so of course you can. If I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and instead of summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So when you see these icons, these are the alert icons, okay? I typically just use new high and new low, but obviously we have a lot of different alerts. These are all real-time alerts. When we get to these icons, these are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. We have a lot. First of all, when the company started in 2003, they made a decision. They said they figured that most people would not want to have to learn how to learn a programming language in order to make their own scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could create their own scans if they wanted to. Okay? But if you don't want to create your own scans, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of mine. And of course, in the toolbar, they were all out there. And of course, you can modify them. So if you looked at my scan and you didn't like the price range, well, you could always change the price range or the minimum volume. Or if you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can start to maybe add your own filter in or taking one out that you don't think is relevant for your style of trading. But to keep it easy, just start looking at my scans or the scans we've got in our toolbar, in the channel bar. Let me go over the AI. This is what the AI looks like, okay? This window right there. So this is part of this test drive. That's why I'm displaying this right now. Once the test drive is over, I will not be displaying this anymore. To make it really super uncomplicated, in my opinion, all you should do is from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window it will appear. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. So tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, especially if you do it before the market opens, this window will be blank. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do, nothing to configure. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. There's no right or wrong in trading these. Yeah, the red box is looking. Well, we've got short scanners too, Tess. That's not all about, unless you don't want to short. So Naif, did you understand what I meant about the surging by default? Again, just here's a toggle, just clicking on and off. That to me is the simplest way. You should, in my opinion, you should have control over whether you want to surf or not. So all you have to do is just turn it on. Okay? Last, I just want to go over this window we see here called Brokerage Plus. Okay, I just put a Brokerage Plus link in. In that link, there are two videos. There's a short video that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Now, you can't, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But if you're using our downloadable application, then this is available. But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. But this is a feature that if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can trade from within Trade Ideas. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator, paper trader. Okay, you'll notice that it says Brokerage Plus. Two options underneath. One says live, one says simulation. And if you're new to trading, I'm going to strongly emphasize that you should practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So if you're still a little bit unsure about who you're going to, you haven't settled on who your broker is going to be, you can use, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Boy, this RDBX, guys, is getting tasty again. So it's really simple to use. Now, when you load Brokerage Plus, and here it is, new, and then Brokerage Plus, if you load it and it doesn't look like this, it just means you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? or the beta. Now, even if you don't care about using Brokerage Plus, either as a simulator or if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you should be on the latest version because it has, I mean, we start our data now at 4 a.m. Eastern time, and we run to 8 p.m. Eastern time, okay? But you have to be on the latest beta to have access to that. So that could be another reason why you might want to make sure you're on our latest beta. And all you have to do is go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and scroll to the top where it says downloads. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. And where it says download, and then scroll until you see the beta right here, 5.5.82. Okay? Then your brokerage trust will look like this. It's a little easier for me to demonstrate its use if it has the same look as what you have. And it's very simple to use. All you have to do is just click on an alert, and the symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to go in at. Click the buy button. It sets it up, and then send it. So let's just do one. Just to show you just the mechanics. Wow, look at Redbox guys now. Taking out that high. Give me a moment. I'm just trying to find one that might be interesting. Okay, there it goes. Yes, daily high. That was my first alert. Second other alert was down here at 642. Seven, such a critical level for it to try to take out. If it does, 732 is the next high looking left, and then 775. Yeah, so Tess, you need our standard service, okay? You still need the reason being is that our alerts are, the simulator is all real time. So you have to have our standard service at least. You don't need our premium service, but you do need our standard service to practice using our simulator because it is real-time data. The exchanges, they we have to pay the exchanges obviously for the data. So if you're asking, do we offer a simulator account in real time for practice for free? No. You do need our standard service. Okay, let's say we wanted to take this CBIO. Just want to show you. So you just pick how many shares you want to trade, 500 shares. The bid ask is only a penny, so that's no big deal. Click the buy, click the send, and now it'll be in the trade. Okay, so there it is in the trade at 104. So that's how, and now if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then that's how you can practice swing trading. That's what I did with this TNXP. The TNXP was actually a holdover from Friday. And I got out of the trade at 275. The entry was 233. Got out of the trade at 275. And you can see the distance from the exit price. That's what you want to see. You want to see a big negative number. because what that's telling me is that, okay, you got out of the trade. Where is it in relation to where you got out? It's 22 cents below, which is exactly what you'd want to see. You can sort of say, great, I got out at a pretty good level. Okay, well, after that first, well, I guess we call it certainly the first 45 minutes of the SPY being kind of up and down, looks like we now have a direction. And the direction so far is positive. So any sort of bounce play, like this PWSC that Rio mentioned before, certainly being helped with by the market. I have to forget about this ANF. This is way too choppy. Another halt. LXEH must be a pink sheet stock. No, it isn't. Just horrible. I don't understand what's going on that 15-minute chart, but this one just got halted. LXEH, very little volume. All right, let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? And now that I'm not getting too many new alerts, so I took this trade here, okay? CBIO, the entry was 104. I'm going to put a stop at 84 cents. And I'll explain why I'm doing that, okay? And when I add this stop, you're going to see a red line appears on the chart that'll be approximately minus 100. Okay, well, right on 100, minus 100, okay? So the way I trade is that I have a checklist, unless I can check every single box, I don't take the trade. Actually, the way I look at it is I'm looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So unless I can check everything, my checklist, I don't take the trade. Now, if you're going to ask what my checklist says, well, first of all, it doesn't really matter because if you're new to trading, you're going to have to develop you're going to have to develop a trading style, trading strategy. All I can say is that most of the things are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see anything outside of a price range that I like to trade. It's going to have a minimum volume that I always want, the relative volume, etc. Okay, so the next thing I do is that when I get an alert, I click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the longer term time frames because most of the things I see are near the high or the low of the day. Okay, so if the stock is near the high of the day, then I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So now I'm looking at the weekly, daily, and monthly chart, looking left to see where the next highs are. Okay, and I'm not trying to say that's the way you should trade. I'm just kind of explaining what I'm looking at. So I take a trade. Let's say I can check every box. I take the trade. And now I'm in. Now, there's going to be a price though that I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Even though, I've been able to check every box, doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So I always have a price that I'm going to get out, and that's of course is called the stop. How I usually place my stops is I will size up probably on a 5-minute chart, maybe a 15, where I think there is some support. A lot of, I'm looking at a chart where I think there could be a support level, and so if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Now, support levels can be very subjective. So if I were starting out, probably what I would do is say, you know what, why not take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the 15-minute candle, because that's obviously a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There was a number, and that's all there is to it. So if you use that as your stop, practice, okay? Practice, practice, practice. Just give me a moment here. So why did I put a stop at 84 cents? Well, I wanted to do that just to make the math super simple, all right? You notice that I got in at 104. My stop is 84 cents. Not because that's where I would put my stop. I just wanted to make this exercise so simple to explain in terms of the math. There's a 20-cent difference. Because the next step is, okay, great. If I lose on this trade, what's the maximum I want to lose, in terms of dollars? So obviously, I hope it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And that's why it says minus 100 here. But how did that happen? Well, I took 500 shares. Now understand that when I trade, I know where my stop is. I know where my entry is, of course. And so how I share size is I take my entry, take my stop, subtract. In this particular case, it's 20 cents. If I'm risking $100, which is what I do in the simulator, I divide 20 cents into $100. That's where I got 500 shares. It's not that I take 500 shares every trade. It's going to vary depending on the difference in my entry and my stop. Okay. So I'm saying practice trading. Now, the other aspect, again, I'm just waiting for alerts. I'm not getting too many alerts right now, so I'll keep going. The other aspect, though, is obeying your stop. When you're in the simulator, first of all, until you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade, okay? It just won't work. Until you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll make money once you start trading live. Why? Because even though you might be listening to me and saying, okay, I get the concept of placing a stop and I will obey my stop. Super simple to do that when it's not really money. You get out of a trade, you lose, oh well, it's just play money. A lot harder when all of a sudden like your real money is on the line. Sometimes to obey your stop, because you get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working the way you thought it would work. The setup looked fantastic. There might have even been some news about the stock. So everything looked fantastic, but even the best setups don't work sometimes. But sometimes, you let your ego get involved and you get stubborn and you won't obey your stop. You'll say, well, you know what? My stop obviously was too tight. Maybe I used the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Maybe I should have used the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Whatever. You're just trying to convince yourself not to obey your stop. So now your $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And again, I know, guys, it's very boring for anybody who's been in the room forever. You know what I'm going to say next? Almost worse, though, is not obeying your stop. Now you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200 or $300, $400, and you actually congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But all I'm going to say is that through experience of not obeying my stop when I first started out, um, yeah, could something turn around and then you start making money? Of course it can, but from my experience, money management is so critical if you want to last. Either A, as full-time trader, or even if it's, I call it a sideline. Maybe you've got a regular job and you're working at home, but you do want to trade on the side. Money management is so critical. So practice trading. All I can say, practice, practice, practice trading. And as I said before, if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Okay, so if I don't exit the CBIO at the end of the day, and these are hotkeys, flatten gets me out of a trade. So if I had a whole series of trades I was in, all I have to do is highlight, and then I can flatten. That gets me out of a trade, or I can get out a half, or I can double my position. Or I could go in here if I wanted to trade 50 shares. Of course, I could pick and choose. These are just hotkeys, though, for some quick exits. All right, guys, let's see. What just got halted now? So that LXEH just resumed. That was not a 10-minute halt. I'm sorry, that was a 10-minute halt. Well, I don't know if I even had I had an alert right here just over 11. I'm just I just really think that whole numbers they're just psychological. So I didn't take this trade, okay? But Real mentioned it here as a potential bounce, but the market was moving down. So I did, but when the market moved up, but look how choppy this market is. But no, it was a nice bounce. But had I really been interested in taking this trade, I did put an alert just over $11. What's the volume like on that LXCH? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's just it's putrid. So keep an eye on the SIGA. SIGA. Look what's trying to happen here. Maybe the 12 break, guys, and this could get it rocking again. Maybe stick an alert around 12.18 and see if it really starts to move again from there. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, so the SIGA, like it is trying to move somewhat over that 12 mark. Right. Well, Raj, I'm just a whole number guy. Okay, I just think whole number breaks, like the SIGA right now, they're just important. They're just psychological numbers. That is my thinking. Okay, that's all it is. It's just whole number breaks. Yeah, I can't do that, Ren. I don't know if somebody else can. It's an all, they've been merged into whatever that other company was. So you might want to call your broker, just to see, rather than relying on, because your broker will certainly should be able to tell you. Also, yeah, as Zach is saying, going red to green probably would help it too. So in other words, it's still negative now. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this got up to 1750 with the monkeypox craze, mania, whatever you want to call it. So another 27 cents, which would be, what, about 39, 12.39 or so, and then it'll be positive. And guys, I'm just interesting internal conversation we're having. So remember now with this monkeypox stuff, I mean, so the EU is sort of trying to throw some cold water on it, saying, hey, it's not that big a deal. Will traders believe that? That's the thing. Where's Chris? Yeah, keep an eye. I mean, it's almost there, guys. Almost there. Red to green, as Zach was saying. Boy, I don't know about this red box now. RDBX. That's a big chop down. Got all the way down to 588. Yeah, the Dow's up big, guys. Yeah, the Dow is up big. There's no, well, I guess you could call it a minor disconnect even. I mean, the Dow's up big, the Nasdaq's up, but not huge. So there's a bit of a disconnect. People trying to go into the so-called value stocks versus the growth stocks. All right. How many shorts available for PG? 50 million, 50 at Interactive Brokers. Well, it's a big gap though, man. Oh man. I mean, look at the room this has got. I mean, look at look at the room PG has got. All seriousness, 151 is the 200 day. All right, that Siga did not. He just literally stopped right at that when it was trying to go red to green. He literally stopped almost right at the penny, almost. So I just think that unless there's some other news that news, quote unquote news comes out. But it is interesting. EBS has certainly bounced. EBS has bounced. All right, Best Buy. AI likes Best Buy. I like Best Buy. BBY, guys. So again, I'm sure holding their breath has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Yeah, little bounces. I don't know if they're all bouncing. I mean, there's the gap. GPS has earnings on the 26th. I mean, BBY, yeah, it's bouncing, but I think it's still negative, isn't it? Yeah, it's still negative, but a little bit of a bounce here. How is Walmart doing, as an example? Yeah, so Walmart, okay, now Walmart is definitely bouncing. It is actually positive, WMT. And how's Target doing? Is Target bouncing also? No. So Walmart, WMT, not having a bad day after its disaster. Okay, wow, look at the SPY here, guys. This is a big move. Now 600. Let's take a look. I mean, the index, you know, if I look at the, not going to look very much different, the sectors, but what I'm going to do is take a look at them and the change from the open. See if there's any big change. So you can see a little bit here. I mean, remember, when we looked at the change from the close, 10 minutes before the market opened, virtually everything was really, really positive, okay? Energy was 100%. So there's been a little slide, only 80% now are above the open. But look, but there's definitely been a slide in technology. Only 60% of them are above the open. Communications, only 34% of them are above the open. So you can kind of see this is the change since they opened. So, but the Dow's up huge, which, you know, utilities, materials, these are older school stocks, you know, as opposed to the tech stocks, which are so-called growth stocks. So there's a big change. Well, they're being bought. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the market thinks this is a done deal. As you know, things can go wrong, but yeah, Broadcom is buying them, AVGO buying them. Yeah, there's the CBIO guys, a little bit more of a pop. Okay, thanks. Okay, so Chris can actually start. Okay, so at about 10 to 12 guys, I'm going to be taking my break, and Chris will be over in our YouTube room at 10 too, okay? And I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. So are you talking about the major sectors, Roger? I mean, obviously we've already got that done. Well, if you click on new, dock channel bar, and then go to the sectors, and right here are the major sectors right here, okay? Now, as far as a correction to the 20 SMA, depends what you mean by that. I mean, you can show stocks that are above the 20 SMA or sectors that are above, if that's all you want to find. But here it is right there. The spider sectors right here, and maybe a couple others in here. XLY, I get. Well, no, the Qs are here. The SPY is here. I mean, it's not really a sector, but so you already got one right here. And then all you have to do, well, if you want more sectors, it depends how many more sectors you want. I mean, you can always create what you could do is this. You know how to create a symbol list? Or watch a symbol list? Oh, wait a minute, add more filters. I'm sorry, not more. Yeah, all you have to do is take this out, right click, and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, duplicate into a free floating window, and now you have broken it out. Now you can add whatever you want in here. Well, I don't know about a stable with a 5-minute correction, but I mean, now you can start to, if you want to see stocks, you talked about the 20 SMA. Just type in 20, change from the 20 SMA. So if you want stocks to be above the 20 SMA, you can use that filter, add the filter, and put a minimum 0. You may not find very many. I don't know. But now, I can't tell you exactly what you're going to want to do, but yeah, now you can take it and add the filters that you want. And again, the 20 SMA, if you wanted to make sure, this is for fun, put that it has to be above. Let's see what happens. None of them. Well, two of them, three of them, as an example. So these ones are above the 20 SMA. Yeah, but that XOM is not XOM. Not you're talking about. So you're talking about a stock within the ETF. Okay, you're not talking about the sector. I thought you were talking about the sectors overall. Now you're talking about. So okay, if you took this energy sector right here and pop that out, same sort of thing, duplicate it into a free floating window. I mean, you could do the same with every single sector, obviously, and then now you can add whatever filters you want. If you want to make sure everything is above the 20 SMA, as an example, I'm just using that as an example. Which is probably most of them. Okay, so these are above the 20 SMA as an example. Now you can start adding other filters. And as far as a 5-minute correction, yeah, I don't know about that as far as having like a 5-minute correction. That might be too difficult to do. I don't think, all you can do is just show stocks above. You can show a range, a maximum that they're above, min and a max. But as far as something that's sliding back down, not really. Yeah, give it a try. You can also add the SMA, that 20 SMA as an example, as a column, and then sort on it, and then you can find the ones that are very close to the 20 SMA as an example. So if I did that right now, I'll make sure I add it as a column. So now it's over here. And now I can say okay. And now I can sort on it. See the ones that are the furthest away, or so FANG as an example is only 1.2% above that 20 SMA. DVN is, the in this sector is the most above. Things like that. I mean, you'll have to play around with it, as you say. That's correct. It's not on the 5-minute, exactly. We don't have, Yeah, I mean, you can just see, sort of see, we don't have on the 5 minute. In an alert window, oops, I have to go to an alert window. We have crosses. Here's a 20 SMA on a 5, but it's not the price though. It's moving average crosses. So, Rev, are you a subscriber? Are you part of this test drive, Rev? You're asking what the TI strengths stocks for this week. Are you part of the test drive or? All right, well, let me take a look. New dock channel bar and strength alerts. Strength alerts. Here they are. I see GNK, Arch, GOGL, FTS, and CVBF. So I'm not sure why you're only seeing Arch. If you go to the channel, the strength alert channel, this is what you'll see. Okay? Unless you put, well, even if you did, I mean, you should see these 5 right here. There's 5 every week. So just let me know if you can see that once you go to our channel bar and then click on the TI strength. Okay, good. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening here. So the SIGA is getting thumped again. Could not really go red to green. Looks like at least for today, at least at 11:28 Eastern time, the monkeypox plays are not in favor anymore. Boy, that A&F did not do anything nearly what I wanted, what I thought it might do. So again, has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. All right, guys. Well, I am not seeing too many new alerts on my end. Deutsche Bank is sort of inching its way up, but that's a huge float. What's the high looking left? 1070 is the high looking left. What a move. Oh, man. Look at the volume, guys. 121 million, 27 million in the float for CBIO. Yeah, I don't know if you're kidding or not. Is monkeypox over already? I don't know if you're kidding or not. Is there a way? Let's see. I mean, you can do a historical, previous trading day and time frame, but let's see. Can I do it? Probably if you just get rid of these columns, get rid of the columns and just take out yeah, I mean, just take out the columns, okay? Take out the whatever you want. Or you have to do it one at a time, I guess. So I don't know if you can actually filter on it. Let me just see. I don't think you can filter on it. So you'd probably have to take out the columns, like two of them, and then run it on aggressive, and then take out aggressive and have it just moderate. In other words, just have one column and then run the history or historical. Does that make sense? And you can get rid of conservative, moderate, and aggressive. Yeah, I'm not sure now because, you can get rid of the percent, but I'm not sure you can get rid of these. I'd like to get rid of them all. I mean, you can always obviously get rid of these percentages, but I'm not sure you can get rid of, try it, okay? If you get rid of these columns, it's possible that you're only going to see I'm very against the aggressive, to be honest. I mean, I don't see why we have it there. It's a what if scenario, but it means disobeying your stop and all that. You know what? Ask support at trade-ideas.com and ask if that's available. Okay, because I profess to not absolutely know. I mean, there is a way, I mean, there is a documentation that shows how it's done against a spy, and it's possible it is broken down into conservative, moderate, and aggressive. It's possible. I'm not sure. Okay, well, ask that question. Okay. One of the other traders may know, or Stephanie might know. Okay. I just don't know. I've never really thought about it. Well, I mean, Tom, you could just use the momentum scanner. I mean, the simplest, just to find the like stocks from 1 to 30 that are moving up. Just use the momentum scanner. If you go to my home page, go to my home page, okay, and then go to my scan section. Right here. So go to the scan section on my home page, and you can click on Momo. Now I'm not sure what and then just change. I don't know what the price range I got, but just change it to 1 and 30. Okay. I don't know what I've got actually. And that'll show you stocks that are moving up the most with, good volume explosions. And then, you can just restrict it to 1 in 30. Let me just see what I've got here. So I've got, you see, the one I'm is 1 in 45. So probably it says 1 in 45. So just right click on that, click on the summary. And if you want, just change that to 30 and then save it. And then that's just between 1 and 30. That'd be probably one of the simplest. Now, it'd be a long scan because he's talking with slamming in and bouncing. Okay, Rev? Now, will they all do that? Not necessarily, of course, but where are you guys? Hopefully I didn't shut down. Okay, cool. Okay. I may have accidentally shut down the room or booted myself out. Just give me a moment. Not the YouTube room, but the other one. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I think I accidentally closed down the tab, so let me just get this up. All right, sorry about that. I think I accidentally closed down the room. Only myself. Yeah, it is a chop fest. But the CBio, guys, is actually, again, in the simulator, not doing too badly. I mean, this still, I think, what room did it have? So the next, well, it's above that high. 128 is the next high looking left. Then 130, 138. If it can take out all that, 178. So look out if it can take out that 130 mark for the CBIO. Your scan's very slow today, isn't it, Zach? Only two, well, for me anyway, only two topping plays and no bounce plays yet. Well, the bounce plays would have worked pretty well too, with the market is the way it's working. Just no alerts from it, from me anyway. Zach, who was it exactly? I know you posted or somebody posted. Was it the EU, European Union, or was it actually a health body that said there's nothing to see here regarding monkeypox? Who was that? It was the EU. EU Health Agency. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, the breaking out in volume scan will, I mean, it'll give you great looks all day long. Whether they keep running or not, I mean, obviously that's the issue when you get the alert. So yeah, Tom, when you put that post in, the platform is so loaded with info, it almost becomes overwhelming. Again, because the company decided that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language, of course, we have to have a lot of different alerts and filters so that, for those who do want to create their own scans, they can. But, for what you just said, I mean, it's really simple. I mean, a simplest scan to find movers stocks 1 to 30, you just use a very simple momentum scan. If that's all you wanted to look at all day long, that's fine. Again, I always try to say you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. And when I say you, I mean just talking in general. People I think get the wrong idea. They look at everything we have to offer and feel they have to learn everything. Of course they don't. If all you want to have is a very simple momentum type scan, very simple to put together, and that's all you want to follow, great. All right, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up, and then I will be able to do my video. There we go, guys. And again, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up so I can take off a little bit early. Let me just get my announcement in, okay? All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple things on my thumbnail chart. Not seeing charts. I'm not seeing too much. All right, I'm going to put myself on mute right now, guys. I'm just anticipating Chris is going to show up anytime. So I'm going to put myself on mute.
Good morning, Mr. Barry. Can you hear me?
Just going to ping you there, Chris. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Switching to my screen now, and you're good to go.
Okay, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me, but do I have this site on mute? Unmute the site, yes, okay. You can probably hear me now, right?
Yes. Yeah, I could hear you before too.
Okay. Than's a lot, Chris. I'm just got this meeting to go to. So
Yeah,
okay.
You got it. We'll be here. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye.
So happy Monday, everybody. We got a reversal going on in the markets. Is it going to be a bear market rally? Is it the bottom of the sell-off? Who knows? Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. Not for us anyways, or not for the lot of us. Not with what we're trying to do here anyways. So open forum, as we're always doing. If you folks have questions or comments or a chart, scan, anything like that, fire away for me. We'll talk it over, we'll look it over, we'll build it. Aside from that, I've got a quiet trading morning going on. Watching some of these coming through the Bollinger Band scan that I created, but haven't traded anything yet. It's an interesting pattern coming through here, actually. Right there, and this move off a couple of days, actually, but not exactly a lot of shares, and depending on who you're talking to, of course. In a bull market, in a bull market, I'd be looking at this a lot harder on that share number versus bear market. Something that's traded as few shares can have the rug pulled on it pretty quickly, especially when it's up almost 10% as it is already. So nonetheless, keep an eye on it. We'll see, rejected off that 5 level. We know how these whole numbers can be. And you can see that these moving averages are fighting with each other back here a little bit. So anyways, interesting chart nonetheless, like a lot of them. You can see red box is still out and making noise. I really can't understand this, but sometimes it's not ours to understand. But we had this big move several weeks ago now. Subsequent sell-off and a move back up again. Kind of interesting to watch. Interesting. I don't see any earnings dates, so who knows when that's going to be. Massive short growth. Can't be surprised about that. Already a big short float. And you suspect that's increasing day by day. So, but nonetheless, certainly an excellent day trading vehicle. All right, and you're all giving me the silent treatment over here. You can see NTNX. And so why thou shall not chase. Massive move on that 15-minute opening candle. 3-5 opening candles in a row, just kind of fading through the day. We'll see if it can catch this 815 EMA and push itself up. Catching that 22 support. We'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. Stock that Michael and Steve had mentioned, DNA, not Dan, DNA. Take a look at what that looks like. All right, nothing doing here. I couldn't read their messages. I just saw them type something about it. I know we had some agricultural plays show some life last week. There's seed. You had a gap up and move, but it's a chart that I'm not very interested in. So when you start to see it get gappy like this, these moves like that. That's something I prefer to stay away from. AGRI. That's interesting. A lot of shares traded. Small float, too. Now, that's interesting looking. Someone would say, well, why do you find that interesting, Chris? And this is why I find it interesting. You draw that line right there. You get through this. A little bit of resistance through there. I'm going to pop up to there fairly quickly. Not saying it's going to do it, but with 11.65 million in the float, certainly not unreasonable. You see the shorts have moved way out of this thing. Not really much of a short float left in that. And so that tells you the people that were betting against it don't quite have that conviction in their bet anymore. Also, while yes, it's made this move here, we've also now had several days of consolidation before this gap up and go. So one of the more quality charts that I've seen today, I would say for sure. And again, does that mean jump right into it? No, have a plan. What else? Oh, this is what I also caught my eye on. That options volume. So it's doing almost 6 times what it's normally doing for options volume over the last 10 days. So that's certainly worth noting as well. No, TRD, I'm not looking for anything to trade. I have some energy bets that are kind of playing out related to the XOP, essentially. Kind of just letting that stuff work. I'm watching this on the XOP, this symmetrical triangle. I really like that. You've had some people call the top in energy. I don't see that currently. Let me actually zoom back this way. I still am of the belief that we'll see up here in the XOP at some point in this year is what I do believe. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, so be it. If I'm right, well then, good for me. And so I like also fractal patterns. And so we have that symmetrical triangle on a daily. We have a symmetrical triangle on the weekly for the XOP. And those are the kind of things that I look for. These are the types of things that I look for. So just a few, nothing overly crazy. Staying very tight on things. The other thing for me too is now the SPY's looking a lot better actually now. As far as trying to put on any kind of day trade. But if I do put anything on, it'll be in the later afternoon. And I haven't seen, other than that chart EGRI, really haven't seen anything jump out at me. But why I say it looks a little better now, the SPY, is, we get this gap up and a wick down. And then a red candle with an upper shadow. And then this bottoming shadow. Then we, do this here and this here. So it's, unless something's really, really, really alpha on its own, I don't want to get caught in a position and be up 4 or 5 cents and then have it reverse on me. I'm not in a position to manage trades that closely right now today. So I'll stick away from that. Yeah, thanks, Roger. It was, hot weekend here where I am, real hot. So softball and all kinds of fun stuff like that. As well, I hope your weekend was as equally nice. Let's see. So I haven't looked at a ton of charts today. So let's take a look at a few more of these charts that have come through a whole bunch. AXL. No, that's not what it was. I thought this was going to be life sciences. All right, this is actually interesting here. Move this down here. Popping through this here. That's up 11 and almost 11.5%, but you can get a little consolidation in this area here. Might be something interesting to watch coming out of this consolidation range down here. Came down and tested that after earnings, bouncing around. Short corrective wave leading to a counter wave. We'll see. It's certainly something worth watching. Plenty of liquidity. Not a massive float. A little bit of a short float. Nothing too crazy. Sting. That looks nice here. We talked about shippers a bunch last week. Great trend. A little loop and a little loop. Not bad on the liquidity. Seen worse. Okay, so it's AXL, NTNX. We already discussed this. Thou shalt not chase. I think we saw that. Yeah, right there. All right. So it's coming through 2 scans. TCDA. What are you? Pharmaceutical. Nah, there's no shares traded in that thing. GL is another shipper. Yeah. Transporter of natural gas. Another symmetrical triangle going on here. That looks good. I like that. Yeah, anything natural gas related, I'm a fan of. And, you know, this is one of those charts here, natural gas. So had a lot of top callers in it. I was not convinced that was a top. Not very well still, maybe. We haven't taken it out, obviously. But there's also a lot of top callers here. We went on to take that out. Top callers here. We came to take that out quickly. And that was, you know, definitely a significant drop. Still looks pretty good to me overall, the natural gas chart. And that's one of the reasons why I'm bullish the XOP is because I think we're going to have to continue to drill natural gas. We're going to, you know, have to continue to explore and drill for natural gas. It's just, you know, the way of the world. We ain't getting away from that stuff right now. For now, anyways, we're not. Can I look at GNK? Sure, we can look at GNK. So what is the shipping? Marshall Islands. Interesting. Always wanted to visit there. Strong trend. Breaks. Gets it. That's certainly interesting right through there. Draw that again. That's interesting in through here that it holds that, especially after earnings comes back and pops back over it. Well, I found such great connections through it, Mike. See, I thought I'd just recommend it to everybody. How are you, Mike? See, happy Monday. No, it's a nice looking chart. Way off the lifetime highs. Curious where those go back. Let's look further left back on a weekly chart. We're taking out multi-year highs, many multi-year highs. Yeah, it's a good chart. I think we can hold this this level in here, and it's not like this gap is and I don't know if you're looking at this as a day trade or a swing trade. I think if it's day trade, you take it for what it's worth. The swing trade, I mean, you have some pretty clear defined risk levels if you like, depending on how big that risk appetite is. But you going back to 2018. Almost into 2017, I'm not seeing any chart resistance. And so you got to go all the way back to 2015. Even back here in 2018, we're still well up, good amount above that. So whatever happened here that caused this massive collapse, you got to go hit the way back machine to find any chart resistance on that. And again, we've talked about how strong the shippers have looked. So it's a good chart. It's a good look, that's for sure. I think we continue to see some really massive stuff here out of the energy sector. And again, very, very centered around natural gas. Natural gas, all right? Natural gas shipper. So we were just looking at this as it was recommended. These guys ship natural gas, I believe. Who else? Or someone else we looked at that we were looking at that ships natural gas a minute ago. Be darned if I can remember. Oh, here we go. They're shipping natural gas. They're shipping natural gas. So I think we see a theme here. Now are we late on the theme? Is it the end? Is it the middle? Is it the beginning? I don't know. We also have the Fed again this week, and I just, it's kind of annoying because every time they talk, it's almost like I lose a trading week as far as ever considering any swing positions. But I'm just not going to let them push my positions around with their jabbering. Very nice. Time with the family. Yeah. That seemed to be a theme for a lot of areas, at least in the northern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere heading into that fall/winter. What else do we got here? Let's see what's making midday moves. And here's the other thing too. I'm very skeptical in between. I'll say 11:30 and 2:30 Eastern. I'm not big on putting positions on. At least not day trading positions. And like I've said the last several weeks, I've really moved back towards day trading versus swing trading. So let's take a look at some of the bigger players that have gotten really smacked around the last few weeks here. So Apple, so I think it'd be no surprise to see they're all recovering, or a lot of them have some recovery today. And just to bring this over real fast too for a snapshot. We can see we had, big move on the highs versus lows for most of the day. And while the highs are coming off of strength, the lows really haven't picked up any strength either. So, my quote unquote gut, which isn't really my gut, just more, market breadth and charts tell me we're in for this relief rally. You had, depending on, the Dow, the S&P, or the NASDAQ, you had, in between 6 and 7 straight weeks down. And so, we were due for a bounce. And while technically just because you're due for something doesn't mean it's going to happen, we work with data and statistics. And so that's where we look to. So we looked at that. Netflix. Curious what that's done. I haven't looked at that in several days. Sorry, my computer is really struggling and I can't figure out why. There we go. Close a few web pages, see if that helps. Okay, back to the business at hand here. Races are running again. Let's get this to show the top 10s as well. So AR, we looked at that a moment ago. It's a beautiful, beautiful chart. It's BL Schlumberger. What do you know? More energy. Mail order houses. No thanks. So just kind of interesting. So this thing is, off the lows of 20 days, well off of it. But I mean, this just looks like a terrible chart. I mean, holy cow bad. EQT. That looks like a nice chart. And lo and behold, natural gas. Although I'm not always crazy about this rising wedge or rising triangle. Generally, these like to resolve themselves this way, but that's generally, and this is in the right sector. So interesting after this nice run up it had, taking a look at that right through there. I do a lot of work. When we're doing this, I'm doing a lot of work on daily charts, but just consider, think of this if this had been a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart or anything like that, what you would be thinking in terms of a trade on a shorter time frame for anything that you're looking at. Also, 2 ways to look at this. So I just drew it one way and then I draw it another way, and I like it much better this way. So it just goes to show you how subjective technical analysis can truly be and what makes pattern recognition and things like that so very hard. Is either one of those that I just drew right or either one is wrong? No. If I were to look at this and I see this at price action that's coming, I would say, well, this is probably the right one, because a falling triangle like this or descending triangle That's what I was really looking for. Not a rising triangle. I said before, it should be ascending and descending. So it's descending triangle. Generally, they like to resolve themselves this way. And this looks like that's exactly what it's trying to do here. Versus when I just drew it as an ascending triangle, looking like this. That's it would be pretty steep, but all the same, I think we get the picture of what I'm trying to do there, what I'm trying to illustrate. Do I have any recommendations? Not really. I mean, you could try these two scans that I'll share right here. One is upper Bollinger Bands of 15 minutes. It's this race here. You can see what that, returns you for those kinds of ideas. That's not generally what I'm looking for. That doesn't mean that this scan won't show you those things. And then I have a second one that's probably going to be a little better for you to find things out of. This parabolic scan here. This could cut either way, though. So it's, going to show stuff that made a real quick move over a short period of time. And some of these will continue to keep going. Some of them set up for a nice short, actually. So, you're going to have to really define what you're looking for and those risk levels in it. But, we saw this come through it. And there's definitely some meat to be had on the bones here to here, or even here to here for a quick quote unquote scalp. All right. What else? Certainly some room for some scalping on that. But again, these charts all went up. How you would have managed it, though, that's what you still have to consider. Red box is another one. It's definitely, something you could have quote unquote scalped on any one of these. But, having a scan that returns you ideas that have setups and then having a plan to execute on those setups is a huge part of it. Just don't forget that. That's all. GOVX, possible flag forming on the 5 minutes. GOVX. Yeah. Nice little flag forming there. And coming out of this, might be a line to look at. Let's see, 9 million in the float. Whoops. So 9 million in the float. Not much on the short float reported, but pretty significant on that short growth. It's an interesting days to cover. Here's where I'm careful, though. That volume. I want to see that volume start to come back that way. No, you know what it probably is? You're probably not on the latest. What version? If you go to help and about, what version are you on? You need to be on 5.5.69 or 5.5.82. And I really, really, really recommend you go to 5.5.82 because that's where we have our live charts. Instead of the 8-second refresh that we used to have on charts. So I suspect you're going to be on 5.5.32 as if I was a betting man, which I am not a betting man. Is this that life sciences I was looking at before? Nope. No, what it was something with an A and an X. I thought it was an A, a V, and an X. It's something life sciences, I felt like. And it was an interesting looking chart to me, but it was a bio, so I just can't get behind that. Day trade wise, I can get behind it. See, I knew it. 5.5.32. So, all right, two things. Everybody that's here, if you're a Trade Idea subscriber, It is my personal recommendation. Everybody here should always be on our latest beta. And to ensure that you are always on our latest beta, follow these steps. We've got our toolbar up here, right? Everybody get their toolbar out, or their menu bar, excuse me, menu bar, all right? And we're going to head to tools, all right? And then we're going to go tools, options. We're going to come to upgrade, and we're going to all select all releases. And then we're going to press save, all right? And anybody that is not on our latest beta, as soon as you do that, this new right here is going to turn a bold green. And you're going to press that, and you're going to find something up here that's going to say update to the latest trade ideas beta or something like that. And that's going to bring you to our download page. And on our download page, you're going to press TI Pro AI Beta, or scroll down and go past the production version. See latest production 5.5.69. You go past that, and you're going to come to newest public trade ideas Pro AI Beta 5.5.82, and you're going to download that. And then if you want the release notes, right down here, this little plus sign will give you all the release notes. Now, some of it will apply to you, some of it will not apply to you, all right? But any changes that have been made with the software are going to be here. But the version you are currently on, anybody that is below 5.5.69, you won't have races. And that's why you cannot load that window that I'm sharing. Yes, I've noticed some bank stocks that have looked okay, actually, surprisingly okay. So, and one last time for everybody on this here. Tools, options, upgrade, all releases, save, and get on our beta, 5.5.82. You got it, Dave. That's what I'm here for. I personally would like to see everybody always on the beta, but not how we can do things. What did I see from the financial sector that I liked? Was this it? Nope. I can't remember anymore. Too many charts over the weekend. I posted a few things. I didn't have a lot of time this weekend to post very much, unfortunately. Let me see here if I can find what I'm looking for. This is interesting. I did post this morning. See what it looks like. NI. It's a nice move up. Fading off of that now. We'll see if we can cash, but again, natural gas distribution. That's why I was looking at it. HOLX. Was that it? Nope. Still like this chart though. Got this nice range I was trying to pop out of. We'll see if it can do it or not though. With the fourth time's a charm. Sorry, just messaging Barry back. I like here, besides popping out of that range for a fourth time, is we've got this nice move and a bear flag happening there. For those that are not familiar, what do we do with bear flags? We measure. The pole is the target. Possibly. Doesn't mean it's going to do it, but gives us an idea of what is possible. Wouldn't be so terrible if we could see it break north, maybe even pull back, and then make that next move up. I swear, after doing the Elliott wave chapter 4,000 times in the CMT text, all I see is Elliott waves everywhere right now. Probably hear all my neighbors around the corner here doing all the work they're doing outside, but I like the fans on, the windows and doors open when I've got the nice weather. So well, I might have to close in a second. All right, let me close this door real quick. All right, that's better. Where were we? Oh, we were going to look at the financial sector. So yeah, maybe a relief bounce on that going on here. We're certainly, going back to last year's levels. Take a look at the regionals. KRE. And funny how those winds can change that quickly on these. But, nice move up. Okay, fine. Be that way. My charts are really giving me a hard time. Had a nice move up. Bit of a sell-off, another nice move up, and then that was it. Almost like we entered a new primary wave. KRE, KBE, S&P banks. So, we go back in time a little bit. We're erased over a year's worth of gains. Let's see what that means. What else? What else are we looking at? What else are we doing? Top 10 winners. So I think we see a same kind of theme here from these showing the top 10 winners here. AXL, Redbox, NTNX. Some a little more actionable than others. TCMD, have we seen that one yet? Nope, that's a terrible looking chart. I'm curious, is this alerted anything else today? Nope. That is messy, 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 messy. Cracked up over 5, cracked below 450. Massive volume on the day, though. So who knows? Maybe it sets up for a late day run here. No, Willow. That's on the developmental version. We haven't been able to push that off the dev server to users yet. There's still some errors in those charts. So Barry's just on a dev version. We always have multiple versions that are in the pipes that we're testing. At some point, I believe we'll get that out to everybody. What that point is, I couldn't say for sure, though. Yeah, you got it. It was the same thing for me a couple of days ago because I'm on a non-dev version. I'm on, testing the next set of things that'll be coming out from you folks. And so I was watching Barry's screen the other day, and I thought to myself the same thing. I didn't realize he was on a dev version. Yes, Rev, that the first scan was a race that I shared. It was this race here, the Bollinger Band race. I can share that again if you need me to. Just let me know. So let's see. Last week was a mixed bag from Holly. She had a couple of really bad days. I think she's had some good days. Today she started off pretty hot, then faded. But so far, overall, looks all right. I look at something like this. You get up in something like this, you got to take that profit. You can't let that come all the way down and get that stop hit. That was, not ideal. Okay. Yeah, I'm dealing with a painfully slow computer too. And I keep trying to put off getting a new machine, but it looks like it's going to force my hand. I wanted to wait till September. I just don't think I'm going to be able to wait that long. Only issue is I want to get a Mac, and the Macs that I want won't come till August anyways. So at that point, I might as well wait for the next set of Macs to come out. So supply chain issues. What else did I see in Holly? I mean, this is kind of blah here. In moderate, it looks like it was a stop out in moderate, but to be up that much and to let it turn around again, not exactly ideal. Let me take a look at this chart and what actually happened here. So we got the entry at 951 at 38.83. It was a short. What a beautiful short that was too, actually. Very nice. What? Caught this moving average here. Recovered it there. And a nice pop off that. Now it's starting to fade again. Let's see, pharmaceuticals. I'm going to be careful with that. See, some kind of news would be my bet. Nice and liquid. 13.5 times normal 10-day volume. But again, you getting the money this much, I'd like to believe no human being that would consider themselves capable of trading would let that happen. That's why it remains human and machine. Best Buy. So this has got earnings coming out tomorrow. Really beaten down. Relief bounce, I guess we can call it on that. We looked at Redbox before. I didn't realize that was a Holly alert also. So that's interesting. We'll see. This thing can hold 6 until we get to a later hour here. That might be something I take a shot at for a run at the close. We'll see. Go ahead and set a price alert on this thing. I will not be, regardless, I will not trade this earlier than I'd say 230, probably 245 if I decide to. And may it go without me in the next hour or so? Absolutely. But got my rules. And this is nothing. I wouldn't look at this as a swing trade. And that's not to say that it can't. Someone else might look at it and say, yeah, look, it made this move and now it's making this move and it's got room up to 10. And absolutely it does. I just don't have the risk appetite to try to ride it up there. Sorry, someone's asking about some options information. Okay, so that's Holly in a nutshell. Some good, some bad. Well, we've got a nice move here on the SPY going on overall for the day. We'll see if it's getting exhausted here or not. But after that initial ugly hour or so in here, really just kind of creeping its way up. We'll see. I mean, we're true to what bear markets do, these massive moves one way and the other the next day. I mean, to be up 7 points on the SPY in a day like this and we saw 11 or 12 points up one day and then 14 points down the next day and then 8 points up the next day and back down another 12 points the next day. Very, very normal bear market stuff. What do we got going on here? LGM, semiconductor, downtrend. Nah, garbage. OLPX, what do you look like? Toilet paper manufacturer. Well then, that's interesting. It's a science-enabled technology. That's some word salad if I ever read. Science-enabled. Okay then. HCC. Coal. Is coal coming back alive? Arch. What's Arch doing? Arch is having itself a day. BTU. It's having itself a day. Very similar looking charts, all of these. So when you say HCC, I'll take a look at that again. Not a big float. Bit of short float. Do I post some ideas in the morning? Sometimes I put some charts up. Mostly I post like pre-market numbers. I put up, pre-market highs versus pre-market lows, some of the pre-market stream. Anything that I'm posting, I'm not really looking to put on much in the way of long-term or swing trade positions right now. So it's more me watching these scans during the, after about 20 minutes after the open until about 11 o'clock, 11:15, and seeing if anything populates through this scan here, this scan here, and this scan here. These two scans here, this one and this one, they were really great from, the first trading day of the year until about midway through March. And then they've really kind of fallen apart on me. They haven't produced me quite like this one has or this one has recently. I like this one, but this, works a little better, I think, when we're not having these crazy moves overall. Other than that, if I have time in the morning, I post some random charts that, just look interesting to me. It just really depends on what's going on in that morning or not. It's like, similar to, I have family members that know what I do, and they're always like, what should I buy? What should I buy? I said, I don't know what I'm buying till about 30 seconds before I buy it. So, it's very hard for me to share because I just don't know. I've been using the My Light symbol list a lot less lately because I just haven't, this involves more when I'm looking for swing positions. I'm putting on 2, 3, 4 swing positions, and I'm unwilling to do that currently. I mean, I don't even know the last time I updated this thing. I think this was a buyout, so this is useless now. This thing is sold off massively. So I have zero interest in that. I won't say zero interest. I mean, interesting, maybe finding support at this level here. But, we got this, a recession. A lot of people believe we're in a recession already. I'm one of them. I think we've been in a recession. I think parts of the country have been in a recession since January and February, to be honest. And And, the Fed, whoever, the economists that are geniuses won't tell us that we're in a recession until 18 months after it's ended. But, just look around at the stores and the shelves and people's spending habits and, talking to your friends and your neighbors and your family members. And that's all the evidence I need. And so, a company like Juniper, relies on growth. And I don't think we have that right now. So it's something I'll definitely look at because it had these nice, certainly these nice runs in here. But it won't be anything I'm running after now. BGS, I don't even remember when I looked at this thing. Must have been a long time ago I looked at BGS. MGY, I have, and I continue to look at this one. It's one of those ones I kind of wish I'd pulled the trigger. Made this bounce here, and I actually was considering taking a position on this. Drawing tool's not working right. I considered a position on this day here, and then this happened, and then this happened. So hindsight, had I had some swing trade conviction, that would have been probably a nice entry for a couple of days to hold. But it didn't work like that going into earnings. I do like it coming out of earnings, though. Like I said, we just have the Fed talking this week, and it's hard for me to want to put a swing trade on with the Fed talking this week. I do like this chart so much. And again, as someone will say, well, why do you like this chart so much? We've been able to hold this line for quite a while now. It's natural gas, all right? It's not a really big float, so it can definitely move. Got enough of a short float that it can make those shorts nervous if we keep pushing up towards all-time highs at 26 and change. So, those are the reasons why I like it. Earnings are behind it now, so we don't have to worry about any of that. And again, it's in the right sector for me. So if you're looking for ideas to look at, this is something I throw at you, put on your watch list. Set your levels, what you see on it. And I share these things, and someone else might say, "Oh, that looks ridiculous to me, Chris. It looks like it started a downtrend here," and it certainly has, and it may just continue that downtrend and continue to get rejected. Someone else may say with me, "Well, it's got a symmetrical triangle going on here." Neither one is wrong. So again, to that subjectivity of what we're doing here.
Mr. Varley.
BTTX, I threw this on here for fun, and I think, not so much. The way you don't go chasing those low float, low price stocks. I mean, look at that move and look at that subsequent move right there. And imagine, you're that person that buys, 500 shares of it here, and now you're here. It's a terrible feeling. And I say it's a terrible feeling because I've done it before. I have absolutely done things like that before. And that's why, you just gotta be so careful with this low float stuff, man. Because people see things that have gone on massive runs with those floats, and they exist. But for every one of those that exist, there's probably 100 of these. Oh, sorry. Hold on, Bear. I didn't have you in my ear.
That's okay. If you want to take off now, you can. If you want to keep talking. Yeah, my meeting fell through, so
I'll leave that up to you.
It was a false alarm.
If you're if you're already broadcasting the other room, I'll let you have at it. If you were still taking lunch or
no, I'm done. So,
alrighty, I'll hand it back over to you then.
Okay, thank you for filling in for the first 10 minutes, as I say, false alarm.
Yeah, of course.
That's okay.
And I'll be back here at about 3:30 or so.
Okay, see you later.
Adios, everybody.
All right, guys, let me get my stream going. You guys should see my stream. Let me get my music going. All right, everybody, I'm back in both rooms. A little early. So what I'm seeing now, I have an alert set for that SIGA in just in case, catches a bid later on. Yeah, thank you, Mike. Just in case it catches a bid later on, my alert is way up here around 1250 though. Okay, just in case though it catches a bid again. We have to get some more news, saying, hey, you know what? EU can say what they want. So that's all I'm looking at right now for the SIGA. And the C Bio, boy, it is still strong. Look at this thing. It almost making a new high again. Now, what I did was I looking left, and that next high, excuse me, is 128 and then 130. Keep saying that. If you take out this 130, if I can take out that 130, 128 level, I mean, the next highs are way up here at 178 and then 321. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. And this news that happened today regarding, I guess, a $60 million sale of what they call a complement portfolio. I mean, obviously, it has been it's been well received. Look at the volume: 149 million, 27 million in the float, 149 million have traded. Yeah, another monkeypox stock taking a hit here. TNXP, not shortable for me. And maybe a little uh-oh moment here. We've got the SPY. We have a red candle. What time is it? 12:52. So another 7 or 8 minutes for this to close. Actually, it'll be a little more than 7 minutes for this candle to close. But this is starting to become a pretty big red candle. Let's see what happens here. We had a nice run. We had a base for about an hour, and now we're starting to have a bit of a sell-off. So if you are long anything that is kind of tracking the market, obviously you have to be aware of this. Let's be outside the price range that I've got for Zach Scan, and the answer is yes. Wow, no kidding though. You have, yeah, I just have a smaller price range, but if that happened up here in this 105 area, yeah, great. I believe there is a Fed. Yeah, you know what, Phil? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So somebody will know. Thought I might have read that there is one, but we may have already had it for the month. Okay, so they released the minutes from the last meeting on Wednesday. Okay, thank you, William. Aha! Take your. Wonder if I wasn't getting any new alerts. All right, BNKU, the big banks index starting to move down a little bit with the market, guys. All right, so what I'm going to start doing this afternoon is start keeping a little bit of an eye on that 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart to see if we get some bounces off it or stocks that move into it, and then maybe shorting opportunities, especially now, maybe the shorting opportunities. You know, we get a bounce into that 10 SMA, into it, and the market is doing this. Maybe some short scalp opportunities anyway. Speaking of which, look at that BNKU. How is the trade of the week doing? Dino, D-I-N-O. All right, so now I would never take the trade of the week so early, number one, but I know it triggered. I mean, so, you know, it is a trigger, $47. But now I know the stop is the 20 SMA in the daily chart. I don't have it. I don't have it here, so I don't know where that would be. GT? Oh, on the 5 minute. Okay. Well, you can see a cross here at 1186. That's not that far. That's not that long ago. Don't have the 80. I do have the 80 EMA. I guess I do have the 80 EMA right there on the 5 minute. 1192. Raj, what do you mean? Where do you do that? What does that mean? If you're talking about the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, you can just, I'm sorry, I have the 10 SMA. I get it. I'm just going to follow Steve's. So you can just put the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You can add it as an indicator and just watch, you know, as you click on alerts. Oh, that was a question for, well, he's gone. Chris is gone. So sorry. Chris left about 10 minutes ago when I took over. I don't think he posts, he doesn't post it. I think I know what you're asking. He doesn't really post it anywhere. It's not like a website, or I don't think he really posts anything anywhere. I heard him answer. Ah, man, this says CLAR. Wow. Googie, it's hard. Stocks with the most upside momentum. I mean, it depends who made it. You know, it's not a matter of, I mean, the moment, anything with momentum, you know, is going to be very similar. So when you say there is an alert window called stocks with the most upside, where are you seeing that? You're saying from somebody else's cloud, so you don't have the link? Are they not sharing the link with you? But to me, it just sounds like a momentum scanner. No, no, nothing fancy. Well, I have a momentum scanner, okay, called Momo. If you go to my homepage, and I mean, it looks a little bit like this, but it's just from. You can even get that from the channel bar. Sorry, let me just look at the summary. So, I mean, these are stocks in the last minute, 1000% are normal, 5 minutes, 400% are normal. So these are stocks that are, when you say with the most upside momentum, I mean, this could be something like this. I don't call it that, but any sort of momentum scan. Typically, the momentum scans have huge increases in the 1 minute volume. So, I mean, if you went to my homepage, this one is here or there. And so if you go to my homepage link, and just go to my homepage link and then click on the scan section and find Momo. And as always, I mean, you can always adjust the scanner. I mean, it may not like the price range that I've got. Maybe you want a different volume, minimum volume, etc. I mean, it's up to you, of course. I probably wouldn't, if you're getting too many alerts, you could even up that volume in 1 minute. You can up to 1500%. If you're getting too few, you can lower it. Well, guys, I mean, I am not getting any new alerts. Nothing for the last, I think the last alert I got was about 12:52, 10 minutes ago. Ooh. All right, let's take a look at KR. Yeah, I don't see any pullback. Well, I see just a little bit of, well, here at what time? 11 o'clock. Let's take a look at 11 o'clock. See, I don't see any touching at all. All right, why don't I? Okay, I can add the EMA just for fun. What color? Let's see, I've got blue, so I can put green, I guess. Whoops. Okay, so obviously something's wrong here. This is the 8 EMA. Oh, wait a minute. I may not have, I may not have said the 8 AMA. Yeah, that's right. It's got to be the 8. That'll do it. Okay, just give me a moment. I may have to remove it then. Okay, there it is. So there's the 8 and there's the 10 SMA. Okay, I'll just, well, I can have them. I can probably have them. No, no, no. It was because I put that, I had a 30 period or something. I didn't have the 8. Okay, so I can, and right at 11 o'clock, it just hit that 8 EMA. So I'll keep them, I mean, listen, I'll keep them both just for fun to see. Maybe I'll take one over the other depending on what, if it happens. One might work, the other might not, the other might work. Apron, let's take a look at Blue Apron. There is some news. Yes, there's got to be something happening here. A lot of volume just pouring in. Low float, 14 million. Don't see any news yet. I'm sure it's not going to be here. Yeah, so there's no news that I can see. Not yet. Sandberg, okay. Oh no, this is one I was looking at. Real. I saw this NOTV and basically both. I saw it was just hitting into that 8, well, both of them really, 8 and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I was looking at that, wondering, I wonder if that's just going to, move down. Boy, did it ever, from 1490 to 1430. So I'm just going to start paying a little more attention to these in the afternoon, seeing as how I'm not getting too many new alerts. Boy, this C-Bio is still alive and kicking. C-Bio is still alive. Look at this. Again, that 130.35 mark. I mean, if it takes it out, I think the next highs are around 170. Boy, look at the room underneath for NOTV. And when I say the room underneath, I mean the next low looking left is way down here, 1125. You know what? I try to get a short, but they won't fill me where I wanted. NOTV, because it's down more than 10%. So I hung around, I hung around an area for about 15 seconds. They wouldn't fill me, even though the bid was there. But again, that uptick rule. Wow. A little too extended on the 15s, but SOND starting to move. Little break on the 5s. SOND. Not a low float, the 123 million in the float. So that's not what you want to see, a big plus 21, okay? So this is in the simulator. So you're in it, got out at 111, entry was 104, got out at 111. At this point, it's 20 cents above your exit. So that's not what you want to see. This one, yes, 37 cents below the exit. So I like to have these columns here, the distance from the exit price in the simulator. Kind of gives you a bit of an idea, well, how good were my exits? Well, that's CBIO. This could be one of those after hours that could go crazy, especially if it can take out that 135, 138 level. I mean, the next high on the daily is 175, 178. So if this closes well, I mean, this could have a nice run after hours. Closing well, meaning closing near the high. I'm not giving up on the SIGA either, guys. It is inching its way back. SIGA, SIGA. It's inching its way back. But I have an alert. I mean, it's way up here. I know it's giving up 70 cents, but if all of a sudden, get some volume coming in, taking out that 1250, I mean, it could be on another run. Wow, when are these? Okay, after hours tomorrow, guys. Urban Outfitters, URBN, another retailer getting hit here. The bar thickness. Well, I mean, there's only one way you can increase the bar thickness. So if you left click on the chart you want to increase the bar thickness, left click on it so the system knows what chart you're in. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then use the scroll wheel on your scroll wheel on your mouse and scroll in and out. Okay, that's the only thing you can do. Okay, so control key pressed down on your keyboard, scroll wheel on your mouse, scroll in and out. Well, this has traded the float about 6 times now, CBIO, 27 and a half, 160, excuse me, 164 million. So it's traded the float about almost 6 times now. Meanwhile, the market is now 45 minutes, or at least 30 minutes into a drift down. This is the next 15-minute candle. We're only about a minute into it, 2 minutes into it, but we're in drift down mode for sure. Everything's still up, but starting to drift down a bit. Can't believe it. Oh, there's Apron. Trying to hardly any alerts from Zach Scans for me. That's just because I have, that was a nice short. Sugar. And that's the Apron, APRN. I didn't actually see it from your scan. PGNY, guys, PGNY. Boy, this CBIO, I mean, it gets over into the 140s. I mean, it really has no resistance. I got to check it again. Just keep checking it, making sure that I am correct. The next high looking left is 138. Yeah, 138 is the next high. It's right there. The next high after that on the weekly chart is 178. Probably that's going to be the same on a daily chart. So, man. So, William, you've done this, your envelope, back of the envelope calculation, and you're coming up with $2. Hmm. Red box, guys. RDBX is in jeopardy here. Now, taking of going below 6. I cannot short it anyway, but if you're into this one, I'd be really keeping an eye on that 6 level. Wow, the CBIO, I mean, chasing it now. Well, nice break right there around 122. Yeah, I don't know about, I mean, maybe they are. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, and it's only 1% in the short float, so I really don't know if it's actually short covering. I'm sure you probably have shorts available, but no shorts available interactive brokers for CBIO. My first one from your bounce scan is PGNY. Okay, let's take a look at PGNY. But with the market going down, this is a financial, home healthcare service. Sorry, I thought it was a financial for some reason. Um, what's the next low looking left is 33.98. So I mean, if it takes out 33.98, the next low is around 32. So let's see if this 34 level holds it. But look at the market. Pretty tough to take a bounce right now. This is what I'm talking about. This is the first one I've had all day as a bounce play from Zach, and that might be because I have a different price range. All right, well, I'm considering it now. I mean, if a little bottoming tail here, so a little bounce may work for the PGNY. But you can see how closely it's tracking the market. There's a little bottoming tail there on the 15, bottoming tail on the SPY. All right, so I took it. I'm in, we got a little mid in here. What did I get it at? 9? Okay. Takes out 34. I'm definitely out of it. Come on, PG&Y, just give me a little catch up to the ask. Bid ask, catch up to the ask a little bit here. And I'm just looking at this as a bit of a scalp. It is tracking the market completely. So look at that spread now, 0420. Yeah, I mean, I'm truly just looking, I mean, the spread just got bad. I mean, not great for the PGNY. New guy, Siga, it doesn't look like it's going to do it. Well, do it as in move higher here. Boy, RDBX is just, I mean, for a stock that is so volatile and such a low float, it is just absolutely doing nothing right now. Just hanging around that 6 level. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just watching some of my thumbnail charts and nothing extraordinary happening here. Not getting too many new alerts. Boy, this CLAR, Claris Corporation, right at a big level for it to try to hold. Meanwhile, the SOND, SOND continues to make a move here. SOND, and the next high looking left is 279. Wow, okay, 279. Just waiting to see if PG&E can get into the 20s anyway. Just give me a little bit. All right, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. A little loss in the PG&E. Just don't like the way it's trading, and got out just before it hit that 34. So 1892. I'm just looking at these lows here. 1892 is the next low looking left on for CLAR. Boy, it takes that out. I mean, I don't know if there's any real support. Problem is, I mean, you're just chasing it down right now. Well, monkey pox play GLVX is actually doing okay. I guess there are enough traders out there that are looking at it because it's so cheap and that low float. And the heck what the EU is saying. Yeah, well, I'm looking here. I got that 10 SMA. I got the 8 EMA, and yeah, it looks like on the 15, it looks like it did kind of bounce off here. You've got the third, or you've got the what, the 9 or the sorry, yeah, the 9 EMA. Okay, so 8. I mean, they're all going to be about the same. Whoa, and look at it go, guys. Wow, 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 wow. All of a sudden. So this is definitely the leader today. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume on that 2-minute chart. Look at it on the 5. And okay, you know what? This PGNY may get me interested again with that market doing what it's doing. There was a big bottoming tail. Excuse me. So the buyers did close it here. They look like they're a little bit in control again. I'm going to stick an alert for the SPY up here, just under around 396. See if it takes that out. Big explosion for GLVX. Again, that is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know how much downward, even the red box, all of a sudden these little guys, the red box is having a bounce too. RDBX. What is not bouncing is SIGA, SIGA. It is not bouncing at all. You meant SIGA, I'm sure, Neil, not SOGA. I'll type in SOGA just in case, but I'm pretty sure you meant SIGA. Yeah, you meant SIGA. It's not bouncing at all. Not yet. Not yet. But this is the one that led the charge, okay? A couple of days ago. That was Thursday. And then, of course, Friday. Oh, yeah, we're not ever suggesting somebody takes it now. I mean, if you were, in on that break right here, great. But no, we don't chase. PBX guys is like a nice little move here. But I'm holding out for about a 640 break. Okay, it hit 640 and then came right back down, like literally right back down. And if you're wondering why 640 break, look at the high right there, 640, that candle right there. After that, the next highs are, around that 650 mark. But, if you get some, and the volume was coming in on the 2 minute. All right, guys, NN is interesting. I mean, it broke down through. There is that the ADMA and the 10 SMA. It's now below that 378, 371, all time low for NN now, all time low. All right, guys, I'm just yeah, this GovX, it's not done either. Yeah, the PGNY. I mean, as long as the spread's just got to be consistently tight. I mean, it's 34.09, 34.14 now. I mean, you would think it would start bouncing with this market, but I mean, you just got to have to deal with that spread a little bit. Now, obviously, it could explode at some point, but I think you meant PGNY, Joe, right? Not PNGY. ENV, bad news. ENV, bad news. Evidently. Whoa, there's the red. Yes, RDBX, guys. RDBX. Trying again. Very risky, okay? Very risky. Only 8 million in the float. Ooh. All right. Yeah, PGNY, it is starting now to like not a bad spread. 8 cents now, 34.16. Not well, 13.24 now. Well, I'm in this short of NN. It is doing absolutely nothing. NN doing absolutely nothing. Just a minute, please. Well, guys, put an alert at $7 for RDBX. I mean, another one. I mean, if it takes it out, well, it sounds crazy, but next high would be 732. But that's all traders are going to be looking at. See if it takes out the high of the day and just runs from it. Why do I factor in the spread? Well, it's pretty, depending on the spread, it makes it pretty tough to trade. I mean, if you have a spread, I mean, $34 stock, it's not terrible to have a 15 or 20 cent spread, but if it was a $4 stock with a 20 cent spread, it makes it tough to trade. It's almost like they don't want people trading it. If you want the stock and you can't get anything in between, let's just say for argument's sake, you're looking at something that says $4. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but if it said $4 on the bid, 420 on the ask, and you had to take it and you want it right now, you're in at 420, but the bid is 4. You look at your P&L and you're already down 20 cents. And yeah, it start to run from there, of course, but if it doesn't, it just for me, I just shy away from that. Now with IV, sometimes you'll get a midpoint trade, and if you can, that helps. Oh yeah, you could, of course, you could, Black Dog. Yeah, I mean, you put a limit order, but typically, I mean, if something it depends how spready it is, and it depends if it's spready all day. Well, NN, I mean, you're an all-time low right now, NN. I'm in this one, okay, guys. If it's not moving, I mean, I'm in at 371. It hasn't really moved yet, but you never know. And I did it because of this little breakdown on the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA, and the fact that it's an all-time low. Yeah, I mean, most of the things that I trade don't have a bad spread. I mean, look at NN. Not that it's a great one, but it's a penny, 368, 369. Yeah, well done on the PGNY. Did not get back in, but well done. I did not get back in it, but definitely moving with the market. But still, it's still not what I would call the easiest trade right now. Like, I mean, it just dropped 34.18, 34.29. So bunker down, William. Bunker down, bunker down. Wow, look at this. Yeah, this ENV. Holy smokes. Getting clobbered here. Deals talk evaporate. Okay, so I don't know what deal they were looking at, but deals talk evaporate right here. I think I think Zach or others have probably posted that already. CLR. Well, it wasn't on. I didn't see it on his scan either. This was just something that I had on another scan. I did not see it on his scan. Not as a bounce play. Yeah, just for fun, I tried to buy it. I tried to buy it, and it was halted 415. It hadn't quite halted yet. Yeah, so I don't make any predictions like that, Johnny. Okay, do I see it? I have no idea. SMCI? Yeah, I really. You mean? Okay, there's the SPY, guys. That was a big, a little important level, maybe to take out, and it just did it. It's trading with the market right now. I mean, two green candles on the 15th, so it's trading with the market right now. SMCA, sorry, SMCI. Now, will that persist? I mean, I obviously I don't know. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, look at that. Well, I mean, it's a very, very difficult trader, guys, the RDBX. Okay. I mean, look at the topping tail. I mean, bring it up because, obviously it's 21%, tons of volume. It's almost not quite four times the float, 3.7 times the float that it's traded. But it ain't easy. I mean, that is really, really tough. It's teasing and then dropping. Oh my goodness. My goodness. This was the one, guys. I saw this. I said, oh, okay, this is interesting. NOTV going into that 15-minute, or sorry, well, it doesn't really matter. Take your pick, the 8 EMA or the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. I mean, there's so little to discern between the two of them. Look at that, right at 1491 or so, and right off it and right back down. Whoa, boy, this is going to be a big open, guys. Mankind MNKD is halted at what time was it? 147.58. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. I'm looking at the bid ask potential 450, 450. Of course, this can change. This window, this blue window you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. But this is showing you the potential of where it could open. Ah. Boy, it just continues. Is there any news on this one? NOTV? Ah, here we go. So there was some news at just before 1 o'clock. Oh, here we go. Shoot, I wish I'd seen this. Could have seen it, just didn't. So after disclosing a Department of Justice backed lawsuit, I don't know if this was out there already, if it was out here, I don't really know, but what do you think of that one now, Real? The NOTV, almost textbook. It doesn't really matter whether you use the 8 or the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Look how it just bounced right into it and said nope and just fell right off it. Well, I haven't seen EBNB for a while. Okay, Mankind just opened and it opened at that 450 level. But boy, this doesn't look sustainable to me, and it is shortable. And this is, I mean, that area right there at 470. I mean, look at that 470 right up here on the monthly chart. Really? Really? Well, I find there, somebody, for whatever reason, my eyes are drawn towards them in the afternoon more. For whatever reason. Probably because I'm able to concentrate on them just a little bit more. All right, guys, did you take the Mankind? MANKD. I mean, look at that. I mean, right into that area. I kind of said I didn't think it could, it didn't look like this could be supported. Ooh. Give me a moment, please. Yes, yes. Yeah, I know you say gift a lot, and but this was, a semi-gift, the Mankind, MNKD. Whew. And I'm completely ignorant about what you guys are saying. It's wow. You guys are saying it's tied to the UTHR, That's something like that. A beauteous thing. A beauteous thing. Oh man. Well, I may have missed the apron, but I was not going to miss the Mankind. All right. Well, I've just covered some guys in case it can't take out four. I've covered probably most of the that short for a mankind MNKD. I mean, man, but if it completely gives it up, here's the low of that cut, the low of that candle. All right, guys, 2:04. So we're another hour or so for me, my being on the mic. Well, hey, even the NN is starting to make its way down a little bit. Gets into the 50s. That wouldn't be a bad little trade for me, actually, on the short. Guys, really all I'm doing right now, as things get slow for me in terms of alerts, is I'm just looking at my biggest losers and biggest gainers, especially the biggest losers. That's all I'm really looking at now. And as things get a little bit slow when it comes to alerts, big miss. Oh my goodness, this is just being clobbered here. NOTV. Okay, I'm completely out of the mankind now. MNKD. Guys, I'm just well, I'm just waiting to see if this NN can keep going down a little bit more, maybe get into the 50s before I cover it. 207 right now. NOTV just keeps coming down. Boy, it's still got room. 1125 is the next low looking left. Wonder when that news actually hit about the DOJ. You know what is not necessarily over, guys, is SIGA. Take a look at what's happening with SIGA. Look what's happening here. Let's get a bigger 15-minute chart up. But look what's happening here. I mean, this was as low as 1136, right up to 1187. Just got to take out all this right here. I mean, you're giving up some, but you can see, I mean, if it can take out 12 on volume, let's see what the volume is like. You know, the volume is still not, I mean, it's been decreasing, but boy, oh boy, if it takes out that 12, you're going to get some traders interested. One of them maybe being myself. Especially there's that 15, there's that 10 SMA. So it is either, well, this could be the bounce up and then collapse off it also. Okay, now I do see that one from your scanner. TK Tankers, TNK. Well, look at this market. Nice 45 minutes so far. Almost 45 minutes straight up. Almost. Well, let's take a look left on the monthly chart as an example. Okay, 21 is the next high looking left. I think, yeah, 21 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Be great if we get close to that. Probably, yeah, that'd be a stretch. Oh, it looks like it's stalling a little bit. The TNK. It looks like it's trying to stall here. Well, a lot of volume coming in on the 15 though. That's the biggest volume bar of the day. So you've got to be careful. Look at the volume that came in on the 2 minute. But look at the volume bar on the 15. That's the biggest one of the day. So there was some interest in it. Yeah. I know you're kind of kidding, Dak, but yeah, no kidding. No kidding, no kidding. Yeah, nice cover for sure. I'm on the Mankind, MNKD. Am I wrong about this Siga? I thought it was coming right into, did I have a wrong symbol here? I thought it was coming, I thought that 1180 was coming into the 10 SMA. I must be wrong. I must have been looking at something else. I think he's just kidding, Zach. All right, just give me a moment here. I want to do something. Okay, sorry. I just got to modify this. Meanwhile, NOTV just continues its, wow. Again, the next low looking left is 1125. I mean, in theory, it has, oh, I have no idea, Rev. Identify a stock with lots of algos versus a stock with less. I just don't think like that. I don't worry about the algos. So I'm not trying to dismiss your question, but I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea. Somebody wants to chime in on that if they have an idea how to identify a stock with lots of algos versus less algos. I just wouldn't even worry about it. I mean, if you have our alerts, I mean, these are stocks that are moving quickly and all. I just even wouldn't worry about whether there are a lot of algos or not that many algos. I mean, I know why you're asking the question, I guess, but I'm not getting any response from any of the traders in the trading room, and some pretty experienced traders in there, and they're just. I don't really think we as day traders are worried about that. I mean, yeah, these may not be over. I mean, well, look at the SIGA now, guys. The SIGA, SIGA, getting really close to that 12 level. You just sort of see that if I can take it out, it's going to get a lot of people interested. Look at that 2 minute, look at the volume. 5 minute volume is pretty good, been pretty steady for the last 20 minutes. All right, guys, I took myself out of the NN, basically flat. All right, well, the next high looking left, it just took out that high of the day for Redbox, RDBX. Next high looking left is 732. Got to be careful, guys, with that float, okay? You take this, you got to be super careful with that float. This has been a stellar one all day. The GNK saw this one early as a gap up and go. And you know what? It's kind of gapped up and kept going without too many pullbacks at all. That was a fast delete. Well, yeah, that SIGA just getting rejected at 12. Big day in the SPY. I mean, this is pretty impressive, or the market, pretty impressive. Well, the SPY, yes, pretty impressive. This doesn't look good, that hour and a half or so did not look good. Yeah, not very much volume. You're right. I mean, volume on Friday was what, 131 million. So only 50 million today, and we only have an hour and a half left. Must be all the Canadians not trading today. But look at the stuff that we trade. I mean, all the stuff we trade. I mean, that's why you have this great relative volume filter. Even though in this particular case, it's not really. It's actually not even one. A lot of that is because of all this volume that happened here. So it's kind of skewed that relative volume filter because of the volume of what about 6, 7, 8 days ago. Look at GovX. I mean, they're just not over. GovX, GOVX, almost an all-time. No, sorry, almost a daily high here. 260 is the high. You can kind of see that all of these could get really going again in the last well, say half hour, and then in post market. I mean, now the one that does look over is the CBIO. That does look kind of over, doesn't it? Especially if it gives up 114. That kind of looks like it's done. Well, sticking an alert for the SIGA just at 12:02. Why? Take a look at what happened at 12:02. Not the time, but the price. Look at the 15-minute chart, 12:01, 12:01, 12:01. And actually, I'm wrong. These three 15-minute candles, the highs were 12, 12:01, 12:01. So you can kind of see that if it can get through that somehow. And remember, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but remember what happened on Friday afternoon with SIGA. Now, granted, they didn't have that I mean, look what happened Friday afternoon. This is at 3:15 right here. That's the 3:30 candle. That's the 3:45 candle. So the last 45 minutes, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the SPY. That should stop me. But here we go. Same sort of thing, but it was the last 30 minutes. There's the 3:30 and there's the 3:45 candle. And then look what happened after hours. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen. And also the EU is really throwing cold water on all these. I know, nice recovery. Still underneath the trigger, but nice recovery. I don't know if it got stopped out. I don't know where the 20 SMA is on the daily chart, because that is a stop out, but it has to close below it. All right, guys, 2:29, so about half an hour of perhaps listening to me, maybe more, but certainly at 3 o'clock, I usually mute myself. Room will be open until 3:30. Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I just want to briefly talk about my homepage again and all the great information you'll find on my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here using this promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have the 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is a 2,000 less than 15%. Standard is 1,000 less than 15% on an annual basis. Big difference is the AI. So the AI actually had a pretty good day today, very good day today. Okay, these are the AI alerts today. You can see the percentages. You don't have to have an annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. In fact, don't start off with an annual, start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the program. 118, 228, standard premium, less the 15%. The discount can be applied to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. Of course, you can always upgrade if you want from a monthly to an annual, and we will honor the 15% promo. If you're just starting out, please do the Let's Get Started. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to do it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, free. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. All the education is here. There's the GOVX, guys. We have the big user guide, the support session. So again, Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll put the link in before I do shut the main room down at 3:30. You can sign up for all the webinars. There are none this week again, but they start again next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, great free series from Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Starts off with what is a stock. And last, my scans are right here. You want my scans? Here they are, right here. And of course, we're sharing a lot of scans also from our toolbar. When you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, all of these are theme-based channels. Look through them. Okay, you might see a scan you like. Just take it out of the layout, save it to the cloud, go to another channel, do the same thing. I didn't see the latest, well, other than what you posted before. Is there something more late? Are you talking about this? Most of the cases are West African strain. This strain is milder. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I do recall what you first posted, but is there something else? And then there's this. Bavarian Nordic to widen production of mid. I don't know if that's specific to GOVX. So I am out of everything right now. All right, guys. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. See, Bio, it's actually having a nice little run again. I spoke a little too soon. It did get down to, well, it didn't get quite down to that level I thought it would be really in jeopardy if it broke that 111. It got down to 120, and now it's starting to move a little bit. This could be super interesting, especially if it closes near the high of the day, gets into the 140s. I mean, it could really, it could have a run in after hours. It's possible. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what you were posting regarding monkeypox and the CDC. Thank you, Zach. I must have missed that, but all right. Well, here's a little bounce play for you. AXSM, AXSM. This is from Zach Scan. Underneath that whole number, AXSM, what's the next low looking left, which is 2713. So that is, like to see that get even lower then. Maybe start to approach that low. Market is flattened out, really is not moving, so it's not helping, not hurting. Is there any specific news? Oh yeah, a bunch of lawsuit alerts, but that's par for the course for so many stocks now. Don't really mean anything. All right, well, there's a second alert for it at 2780. The first alert was at 28 for the potential bounce. What I'm going to do is, let's see if it doesn't move down much further. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath, a price alert just underneath the 28 mark and see if it takes that out, because it does have some room to about the 28.50 mark if it does have a decent bounce, which isn't too bad. So this TNK did not really come down at all. I mean, this was a topping scan, and look at the volume again. Look at this is now the biggest volume bar of the day. When we were looking at it last, this was the biggest volume bar of the day for TNK on the 15-minute chart. Now this one is, so this is getting probably closer, as you were saying, about a potential parabolic move. Look at AXM. AXSM is still continuing down. I'm glad I didn't take it. I know, William, you have no problem, but when I say I'm glad I didn't take it, I'm glad I didn't take it yet. Yeah, your bounce 2.0 for the PGNY. What's the spread like now? Not terrible, 28.36. Actually surprised that this is showing up. I thought I had a relative volume minimum, but I guess I don't. Yeah, I don't have a relative volume minimum on Zach scans. Oh, well, this one had a big, kind of a big pull up, 1281. Oh, yeah, that was a big pull up. That would have definitely, if you were in this one on the short NOTV, I mean, you would have had, I know it only touched that, but that would have been way too big of a pull up from 1283 all the way up to 1350. No, I know. I thought I added it, Zach, but I guess I didn't. All right, guys, wow, look at the SPY. Great move by the SPY right there. It's been an impressive hour and now hour and 15 minutes. Very impressive. Didn't look good here. But all of a sudden at 1:30, it just completely turned around. N. Not in this anymore, but no, there's Mankind. Oh, okay, Mankind on the way down. Okay. MANKD. Not in this anymore. Took out that short a long time ago. All right, guys, I got about 15 minutes left on the mic. So if you have any questions, now's a good time. Again, I will always hop on the mic between 3 and 3:30 if I have to. But now's a good time. If you have any questions. Well, PGNY Part 2 is looking pretty good. Better than the first one. Now, Viro, that is a question I can answer. So when you right click on a chart, there are really only two options. I mean, there are some others, but if you right click on a chart and go to properties, you see and hover over properties, this window will pop up. It says symbol linking. Okay, one of the options is symbol linking. So if you check it, all these are checked on these time frames. That's why when I click on an alert, whoops, what happened here? That's why when I click on an alert, they all change to that symbol. The SPY, it's unchecked. So that's why it doesn't change. Okay, so again, right click on your chart, properties, and then this box will pop up and you either have symbol linking checked or you don't. Don't forget you save your work too. Everything you do, even if it's something as small as that, everything that you do, you have to save your work, like any other program. Whoa, Siga just taking an absolute header. So GovX is the one, guys. It is your monkeypox of the day. Boy, it is trading very, very differently from Siga, though, isn't it? And that's the GovX. It's the only one. The other ones I don't think are doing anything either. Let's take a look at let's take a look at EBS. Let's take a look at now. EBS is drifting down now. I mean, GovX is really trading on its own. And I guess it's because it's the cheapest one of them all with a low float. Oh, just broke out, just took out 11 now, Sega. This is hopefully nobody's trapped in this one. Well, trying to get us to buy Siga from your scan, Zach. Look at this. So what a sell off from 11.70 down to 10.50, $2 sell off, and ramp and getting maybe even more extreme. What did they release early, or is this a leak? BIOC. May 23rd post market. So is this a leak? It was supposed to be after hours today. Supposed to be. But obviously something, yes, this obviously has been leaked. As you know, Zach and everybody else, very, very rarely is a company going to willingly release earnings, an hour and 10 minutes before the market closes. Just checking to see if there's a headline showing up in IB. Nothing yet. All right, guys. Wow, 252. Okay. Boy, after that, just a little bit of a pull up here for the NOTV. Well, here's another one, the CNCE, another one. It just popped, it just sort of went into that, might be a little too late though. I'm looking at, it went into the 10 or the 8 EMA, about the same, right around 436. Might be a little late though for a $4 stock to give up 14 cents. And that's on a short. All right, guys. Well, just fascinated by looking at this SIGA, guys. This is not a bounce yet at all. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in here, okay? I'll be on the mic just for a couple more minutes and then I'll put myself on mute. I will always hop back on if need be. Well, maybe a bounce. Okay, what did it get up to here? This thing, 1088. Mm-hmm. Don't have shorts for GOVX. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Again, I'm here, so I will hop on the mic if I have to, but I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, so I just threw this together, kind of interesting. I'm just looking for stocks that are very close to, again, we don't have the 8 EMA, but very close to the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay. And so when you look at it, here's FBRT, and you can see, yeah, very, very well, it's sitting right on it. Okay. There's Fox. There it is. So it's a matter then of really, okay, paying a little bit of attention and see what it's going to do here. I mean, to me, this looks like it could fall as an example. FBRT, can you just see? I mean, it's just sitting on it. Might look at this a little bit earlier in the day. Real, have you tried this before? If you're still in the room, have you tried this one? Have you tried this before? I know it's a 10 SMA, but let's pretend it's close enough to the 8 EMA. And I'm looking right here. Most of them look very, very close. So I don't know if Real is still in the room. So when you say too many false positives, what do you mean by that exactly? Because I'm looking. I mean, obviously, it doesn't mean we just have to see if it's going to bounce off it or break down below it. What do you mean by a false positive? I mean, all I'm trying to see is, okay, it's sitting there. Which way could it go? As a top list. Too many are not in a trend. Okay, well, why don't we create a trend? How about, a certain number of, I don't know, 5-minute candles in a row, up or down, or 2-minute candles up or down in a row. And that's going to limit the number here, obviously. But I also put a pretty, I mean, these are sitting right on them. I mean, we should be able to create some kind of a trend using consecutive candles, no? I mean, I'll just throw this in. I'll just throw this in just to see. And I'll do it both 5 and -5. I mean, well, that might be too much. Let's just go 3. I mean, this is just experimentation now. And I may have to expand this just a little bit, because we may not get very many. Yeah, like we're not going to get any now. So let me relax this just a little bit. -1. And 1, just to see. Okay, now let's take a look. Okay, so here we go. So Natty as an example. So it's just breaking down below 35.84. I mean, it's not, I mean, I don't know when we would have seen this. Okay, but we've got, there is the, well, all I'm really trying to do is right now just at least show a trend one way or the other with consecutive 5-minute candles. Okay. I mean, here's some kind of a trend. I mean, I could do it with 15-minute candles, of course. And the other thing too is that it could be the 5-minute, the 10 on the 5-minute chart as opposed to the 15. I mean, it's open to that also. It doesn't have to be the 15. Well, I mean, I'm going to kind of look at this because, I mean, this could be the start of it, right? I mean, this could be the start. 940, breaking down through the, and when I'm seeing this, I mean, the 8 and the 10 SMA, they're pretty. I mean, they're maybe within pennies, and we're looking for a lot more than that. So why not just add then? So this is an alert window. Okay, so let's take a look at what you got here in it. So the Bollinger Band. So that's your. I mean, yeah, we could use Bollinger Band. It doesn't have to be five, like 3 consecutive 5-minute or 2-minute or 15-minute candles. So now let's just add for fun, just for fun. Let's see what happens. We'll just add on the 15-minute. Let me get SMA here. I prefer a top list though because it gives me a list that then I can take a look at things. But let's just see what happens when we do this. Okay, -1. So now this should be, so with that trend, if you call that, if that's a trend for you, then that should be within 1%. So that was earlier. So that should be within 1% of the, I mean, there it was right there. So we'll have to see what a new alert looks like. I'd rather turn this into a top list window and just kind of click on the alerts just quickly to see what it looks like. I'm somewhat impressed. Well, I'm going to run with this one tomorrow just for fun, okay? I just want to see as a top list, just to show stocks that are, I mean, I can always adjust that, that trend, make it a little more trendy. That's pretty trendy right there, though. All right, let me see if Chris is. Oh, I think I heard Chris.
Yes, you did.
And you can hear me.
Indeed, I can.
So before let me just go into the room and put the YouTube link in so that people know you're there. Just give me a moment.
You got it.
But Chris is there, guys. He'll be there from 3:30. Well, right now until 4:30.
I'll switch the screen sharing now.
Sure.
Alrighty. Perfecto. There we go.
And there is your link, guys. Okay, I'll put myself on mute now, Chris.
All right, Bear. You have a nice rest of your afternoon.
I will. You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So I'm back. in the words of Eminem, guess who's back? Got myself a chart of MNRO up there. Just happened to be coming through one of the races. Interesting looking chart coming off those earnings. How much data we got on? Is that a new issue? No. General automotive repair. So, not something to go running right into. Obviously, kind of an ugly long-term downtrend at this point. However, doesn't mean we can't look at it now. Nice move today overall. Wouldn't mind if it was a little more liquid than that, but still not terrible. And it's nice to see an increasing amount of volume as we come to the close with it. And it's trying to, get this gap. So certainly interesting, certainly an idea to take a look at. Redbox, we were discussing that one before at the noon session that I was in for. And I said, I'm going to set this price alert and see what happens, and price alert went off earlier than I really would want to have traded it. Ended up being a really nice move off that. I set a price alert about 625. Ends up being a nice move, comes back, kisses the 8.5, and then really pushes on up. Unfortunately, I was in a meeting when that happened, and I really didn't intend to trade it earlier anyways than probably 2:30, 3 o'clock, trying to get it in for a power hour move. But it was kind of a bummer to not even be able to look at it when it happened. So, but anyways, good to know what I was looking at panned out. I thought if it could break that 625, it could make a little run on it for the day, and that's exactly what it did. We got some nice volume increase as it did it here and again, and we can see the volumes really come out again. So I think that's going to be more or less a wrap on that today anyways, and we'll see. History doesn't always repeat, but it often rhymes. And we can say, had this nice move and we got that exhaustion wick or exhaustion shadow there, led to this drop. Is this going to be the same, just a smaller sample of that? I think there's a good chance that could be. I could be wrong. I have no idea. But, like I said, day trade, I wouldn't be marrying this one. Let's see. Trying to figure out if there's a way for me to pop this chat out. All right. If anybody's got questions, please fire those away for me. That's what I'm here for, to help out with that. If anybody's got questions, please fire those away for me. Whoops. Unplugged. There we go. Pop out chat. And let's see, we discussed the old SPY before. We said we had a nice relief rally going on today, bouncing off the lows here. We said, does it look exhausted? Maybe a little bit. Came down, bounced. You can't really get back through the high of the day. So we'll see how that shapes up. Compare count windows are telling us that we're going to close lower as it looks right now off the high of the day. We can see those new lows moving up while the new highs are moving down on small caps. We can see a bit of a move to both of them to the upside on the larger caps, but it is favoring the new lows over the new highs. So, we'll see how that looks. So, brokerage plus window question for broker. Do all the buttons, flat and half double reverse, work for E-Trade? I tried today and almost none of them really worked for me. They should all work as far as I know. Here's the things with E-Trade. If you have anything but a traditional margin account, you're going to run into problems because they really limit their API stuff. So make sure you're with a regular, no IRA, retirement, or any other limitation accounts. Those buttons work. They're technically market orders is the way those buttons work. They're not limit orders, other than obviously limit out. I will always say Interactive Brokers is better overall for Brokerage Plus. The thing with E-Trade is this: they have really big limitations on the types of accounts that, what can and can't be done with API data. They're never forthcoming with it to us or anybody else. It's always one of those, well, this isn't working. You're like, oh, well, by the way, yeah, that might be why. E-Trade has not updated their API in a decade or so. And when we, mentioned that to them, their answer was, yep. And that was the end of the conversation. We're like, well, you gonna do anything? And they're like, nope, that's it. You get what you get with it. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's what happens when you're a big, slow conglomerate company and your interests aren't with active traders. It's with, people handing you the money. Now here, let me move something around really quick so I can bring over my Brokerage Plus window. So I'm just going to connect to the simulator here. I don't have an E-Trade account to connect to, so I can't even demonstrate it that way. So sorry, this is just taking a second to load. All right, there we go. Make sure you're connected down here to your account. So it's, you connect the broker up here, and this goes for anybody, whether you want to use the simulator, E-Trade, or IB. The broker gets connected here. The account gets connected down here. All right. And if you're ever, using a strategy, right click, edit trading strategy, and you got to connect the accounts in here as well. Now, if you connect an account to a strategy and you save it as part of your default layout, that will save forever and ever and ever. Each morning when you connect, though, in the positions tab, you will have to connect the account here, I do believe. I don't think there's a way to save that. Oh, that's why. I was wondering, why aren't my simulated positions populating? And I closed them all out to clear the decks last week. I had so many simulated positions from doing examples here. What's happening, Michael Anthony? So when you're pressing, do me a favor. If you've been pressing the flatten or anything else button attached to E-Trade, can you please send me your support files to support at trade-ideas.com. Send an email there saying, hey, the E-Trade buttons weren't working. Sent the support files, and also give me some specific examples of symbols. If you've got screenshots of anything, I love those as well. The more data you can give me, the quicker I can start to narrow things down on my end. Jamie Hodge has a company E-Trade account that we test things in, and that's how we know the connection works. But like I said, there are occasions where something odd is going on a user's end. We've had situations where a user had fractional shares in their account, and those fractional shares messed up something with the E-Trade API. We've had other users that have IRA accounts or other retirement accounts, and E-Trade never made us aware that there's restrictions on those accounts and API data. And so, we're left hanging in the wind on that to do troubleshooting. So there's just so many little things, unfortunately, with E-Trade. It's just, like I said, they don't like to update their stuff, and in my personal opinion, most brokerages hate their users. Whoa, that was a big spike on the CC windows here. That massive buy side spike, or new highs, but I'll call it a buy side. Interesting. We bought 1K and only 952 got filled. Was it a limit order? If it was a limit order, they might have only filled you at that price, and the rest they weren't going to fill you at that price. So that's why they are only going to fill you that amount of shares at that price. So they dogged you on it. There's nothing can be done about that. It happens to me with IB once in a while. They fill me, I put it in an order for 500, 600, 700 shares. They fill me 300 or 400 shares. The price moves off of it, and I'm stuck with a half position, kind of annoyed. Move that back out of the way. But again, anything specific, just so you can always send in the files to us. Like I said, send us as much stuff as possible. As far as evidence goes. Sorry, just messaging back. Some messages coming in to me here. All right, so that covers that. We were just actually a discussion going on between a few of us here. What if they tagged the low here, 20%, we got our bear market and time to bring it back up. It would be funny, that's for sure. And then the other discussion is that, if you've been in any of these, quote unquote growth stocks, your bear market's actually been like a year and a half or longer. So it's not like it's a short bear market for if you were in, for example, who am I trying to think of? Zoom. You got this massive peak back here in, look at that. I mean, look how long you've been in a bear market for with Zoom, since back here in the beginning of 2021, a year and a half. So, it's relative to what you want to look at. Who's another darling here? Probably one of these vaccines got to be. Yeah, I mean, look at that. This one actually doesn't go back as far, but still been a bear market for a good 7-8 months. Everybody. Peloton. Hit the Wayback Machine on this one. Or not, if my charts don't feel like moving. So we hit that peak back here, and we move into a bear market sometime, again, early 2021. And so you're talking almost, again, a year and a half of a bear market in Peloton. VMW. Oh, wait, Michael Anthony put something, EGY. Oh, dividends? Yeah, I won't be entering a position for that, not in this market. It's a nice symmetrical triangle going on right there, though. It's going to have to resolve itself one way or the other. Can't go sideways forever. You'd like to think it can. I do like that chart. Not a big float. Shorts are not a believer in their position of being short, you can see. So that's interesting. I'll throw that on my like list for fun, even though I haven't really been using my like list. Yes, CDEV. I feel like I've been in and out of this a few times. Yeah, I traded this a few times just coming through the trade idea strength alerts. I got one entry here, and I foolishly held it till it almost went back to flat again. And I got a second entry here and took a small win on it, and that was it. So I had two small wins on it. One should have been bigger. The other one was fine. It was what it was. Poor trade management on this one in here, or wherever it was, somewhere back here at the beginning of the year. The thing is, it just doesn't have a lot of range to it. I mean, look over the course of, there's $4 and there's, $7. Just not a lot of, it's not a dynamic trader. Also, probably not going to get in trouble with something like this either. The odds of you waking up and it's been cut in half are probably pretty slim as well. VMW, Peter puts in for us. VMW, they got bought. Who is VMW? Not VMQ, VMW. Oh, VMware. Interesting. Huh. Got bought. Or they're going to be. Let's bring up the news. Broadcom. Wow. All right, for those keeping score at home, that's the offer right there. I mean, good for anybody that's holding that stock right now, especially if you were underwater this thing big time. I mean, anybody that bought here, they're not going to be too thrilled, but anybody that bought anywhere in here, they're going to be happy because these people are getting bailed out essentially. Anybody that bought lower is getting free ride up that coast if it goes through at a 140 per share price. We'll see what happens. Nothing is ever final till the money's in your bank. So that's interesting. I think we may see some deals like this go on for the rest of the year. Some mergers like this, some bigger companies taking a shot at some of these smaller ones or ones that are near in size. Interesting. Azul, AZUL. I was a big believer back at the beginning of the year. Brazil looked like it was going to be on fire. And while there are areas of Brazil that are on fire still, I really thought that this was going to make a break above this and really break out, and just got rejected hard, fell, rejected again, and then another reject hard again. So, no thanks. So BGXX. That small gap down, kind of moving up all day. A lot of volume on that. 8 mil shares traded. I'm guessing they're a weed company. Good guess, Chris. CVET. What are you doing into the close here? Interesting. So this gap up, fading towards this resistance area. You can see its resistance all through here, and we'll see if it can get by that or not. My thoughts on CTRA. My general thoughts on anything swing trading right now is tough environment, obviously. I think this is a wonderful looking chart. Seeing a lot of these symmetrical triangles in the energy area right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw energy really explode higher this week. Again, we've got the Fed coming out this week with whatever nonsense they want to talk about. Also, I love this right here. base and boom. We get by earnings. We held through that 30 level on earnings. It's a good looking chart. It's really solid. Up 5% today, but it's not exactly a runaway considering what the last few days have been. So look at it in twofold here. Let's zoom in more. This is the start of a bigger move. Let's see. But we're about to, we're within earshot of lifetime high, which is going to be right here, it looks like. And again, we've got this beautiful chart pattern playing out right there. And we're in the right sector: natural gas extraction, crude petroleum. That's solid. In fact, that's so solid, we'll do this. And, I am a flip-flopper. And if we, we start to build on this and that was it, I don't know if that was it or not. It's a big part of me that says that was not the end of this down draw. But that part of me doesn't make money. The part of me that makes money is reacting quickly to the charts. And when the winds change quickly, be quick to change with them. I wasn't convinced this was the top until this happened. And, it was very quick. Once we didn't push through that and we started to break down towards that 450 level, I said, that's it. We're headed lower. And we headed lower. All right. If, we can make a nice sideways move here and start to push back up, perhaps we start to march back up again. And again, anybody can make any argument to fit any narrative they want. You can talk about the, Fed with their overnight repo and meeting, 2 trillion and all those things like that. And if the banks have no money and supply chain issues and all that stuff like that, but it's been something every year for the last, 10 years. And we get these quick bear markets. We had one in 2018, we had one in 2020, and it doesn't matter what the reason is behind them. My point is we hit those bear markets, we hit them quick, and we were back out of them pretty quick too. So for those that don't know what I'm talking about, go back on a weekly chart, make it a little easier for us here. This was a bear market that happened here in 2018, all right? We came right out of it. Now, the reason for it, for those keeping score at home, is the Fed came out, said they were raising rates, going to tighten, all those things like that. The market threw a hissy fit, and the Fed said, we're just kidding. We'll just keep feeding you monetary cocaine. And that's what happened. And off we went on another tear. Obviously, this is COVID, and the Fed came in, threw everything at the wall, and a massive V recovery as far as the market goes. And, you got a couple of months of consolidation, or a month plus of consolidation, month and a half, 2 months of consolidation before back off to the races. And, we'll see what happens here. I think people also forget if I can go far enough back to really illustrate it well. If I go to a monthly chart, let's go to monthly. 2014, 2015, look at 2014 and 2015 here on a monthly chart. We didn't exactly go anywhere for a long time during that time. Look at this on a monthly chart, So for those that think we just absolutely just nonstop ripped and all those things like that, well, perspective has a lot to do with it. Now that was a moonshot without a question. But now look at this monthly chart coming back this way, So, well, we'll see anyways. And like I said, I'll be as quick to flip to bearish. I'll be just as quick to flip back to bullish again. I don't care one way or the other what we're doing. I just adjust what I'm doing trading wise. Can we check? What you could do is, the sector analysis list, like I said, I created a symbols list that you all can look at, or you can attach to a scan, and you could do position in the range for year, or you could do a position in range. You could add and configure. You can come to column or search to add the column. So change since January 1st, and you could do it as a percent or a dollar amount and add that column to it. You have those two options right there. There's my good friend, the XOP. A beautiful red bar ignore forming on the monthly chart right now. We don't got much left to go to get there. I mean, that's lovely. Lifetime high, you need a custom to do that. Are you familiar with customs? It's not over. This one's not overly complicated. We could probably do a walkthrough on it. I just want to take a screenshot of this for some posting purposes. Let me know if you're familiar with customs, and I will walk you through. All right, looking for this custom. All right, so we could walk through customs real fast together. So let's do this. Let me duplicate. All right. So we'll start out on homepage here. And anybody that wants can follow along on this. So I'll let you all take a second to get to the trade accounts management page. All right, we'll go to login. All right, so that's what I shared with you is the account management page. Login there, all right. Once you're logged in, you're going to look under this section of account, and we're going to go to custom formulas. All right, we'll give a click on that. That brings us to this page here. Yours will not look like mine, but it'll have some similarities. No, I know everybody sees all these customs. I get asked all the time, oh, do you got something special? No, they're all literally things that I had to put into my account to troubleshoot people building customs for scans that they're doing. I don't know what 80% of these do. With that said, you're going to go to create new, all right? And once you're here, we are going to, oops, actually, hold on. Let me get the formula first to give you all. We're going to go to create new, and we're going to put in, just like this, high_life, just like that. All lowercase letters, make sure there's no space on this end of it. And you can give it a name, whatever you want to call it, lifetime high. And you're going to give it units of $1. And you're going to press save. All right. And you should see it like this. There should be no error. If you put it in wrong, for example, throw that on there. We'll see how it says error here now. And it tells me where the error is, that equal sign. And so save. All right. And that's it. And then you'll see the icon that it's going to be under. And it'll work like any other filter, and you can add it as a column after that to any scan or any single window, single stock window. And just let me know if that worked. All right, I'm going to take that thank you as you got it. Excelente. All right, we got that nailed. Sorry, just reading an email coming in. Someone else is asking for some help with customs, and my custom knowledge is very, very limited. Natty. Interesting. You see the new highs and new lows are fighting with each other coming into the close. Well, actually, we closed a minute ago, but going into the close, those new highs versus new lows, they're really fighting with each other on the lower caps, mostly winning out on the large cap stocks. So, well, we'll see. You know, is this going to be a gap 'em and trap 'em moment for tomorrow? Could be, could be. May I get a link to your current layout? Yes. However, some of the things in my layout require custom formulas, so some of the stuff won't populate correctly for you. This race here isn't really great anyway, so I'd recommend getting rid of this race once I send over the layout to you. And you just won't have this lifetime high unless you just followed along on that walkthrough. You'll be missing that. And even if you did that, you'll have to add it from your account, because each symbol that's a custom is unique to your account. So my lifetime high is going to have a different symbol than yours, even though it's the same code. It wasn't placed into my cloud the same as it was placed into your cloud. Aside from that, I think you can. Everything else is fine in here. So just give me a second. I'll let me see here. Save or share to cloud. Entire layout for Yusuf. Save and share. Copy and paste. And there you go. So that's really the only two things. Like I said, this scan here, it was really great from the beginning of January to like the beginning, middle-ish of March. And this thing really hasn't produced anything at this point. So I'd say you could drop that from the layout. You're not missing anything. This one's been pretty great. This has been really great. This has been pretty good. This has been hit or miss, but when it's on, it's on. When it's off, it's off. I think one of the things with the races is that I have a low volume threshold for the later in the day. This is where sometimes I think about running this as two different layouts and changing the layout midday, maybe noon 30, 1:30 in the afternoon, something like that. So that some of these scans that have low volume thresholds, I up the volume threshold on the later version of the layout. So it's essentially the same scan. I just needed to have, instead of 200,000 shares traded, for example, 450,000 shares traded. Because I don't want to see something that's only traded 200,000 shares by 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Generally speaking, I don't anyways. What do you think would be the simplest scan to catch runners at the open between $1 and $20? I think you're going to want I just got a message. Here I'm going to share. I think this scan in the early goings, things that spike right up at the open, going to the upper 15-minute Bollinger Band. You'll like that. I'll share that again here. I've been a really big fan of the scan so far for day trading. So there's that. And then this parabolic one has been really popular. I have two versions of it. One is looking for a much bigger spike than the other. The first one's going to be looking for a larger spike. And I think you'll find these two kind of nice for those big moves. That one. And here's a second version. This one's looking for spikes, but not quite as big of a spike. The first one has found some great shorts and longs. The second one's a little more long. How can you zoom in and out of charts? Hold your control key and then scroll your mouse wheel, and that'll zoom you in and out like you see me doing on the 15-minute chart. If you want to just scroll back in time, let go of the control key and scroll your mouse wheel down, and that'll go this way. Companies by fundamentals and charts. You know better, Michael Anthony. I don't look at fundamentals. I couldn't tell you an earnings per share from I don't know what. I really don't look at fundamentals at all. Just charts. Show me the charts. Someday when I do my own long-term investing, perhaps I'll pay attention to fundamentals, but I really just don't know. Give me the charts. All the rest is nonsense. And I know it's not nonsense to some people, but it is to me. I never learned that stuff. I have no finance background, so I just and I don't have a use for it currently in my managing of my money. Everything else that's long-term managed goes into a 401k, and I just kind of pick stuff based on sectors and things of that nature. So obviously right now I'm very bullish in energy as far as that goes. But, dividends, they just don't interest me. Cash to debt matters, very little to me as far as what a chart's doing. Look at what, Peloton and these guys did. These guys had the most ridiculous fundamentals on the planet. And look at that. But imagine not participating in that because you didn't like the fundamentals. Like, you didn't have to marry the stock, Another one. Like, I just don't have an investor's mind in that sense right now. Perhaps someday. Imagine not participating in that because they made no money. Okay, so you can't make money because of that? That's where my mind lays mostly. Oh, you're welcome, Tom. Yeah, I kind of just made those scans randomly one day. Not this one. This one I had intentions of what I was doing, but the parabolic ones just kind of made randomly. Someone asked me about some kind of spike scan, something like that, and had some really good alerts coming through. And then I kind of kept checking for a few days, and people have continued to request it from me. So normally I delete everything out of my Whoa, Zoom had earnings today. What a happy accident. Look at that, thing's taking off. Any way to put in some implementation for short fall into odds maker? What do you mean shortfall? If you can elaborate for me. That's a nice big move. So, well, anybody who's bottom fishing on Zoom right now, they're happy camper. Whoop, nope, I don't want that. I'm gonna go back to my daily chart. Nice move. Slippage. This is how I would do it. Sorry, just trying to find an alert window. I don't run many alert windows anymore. So if I run the back test and I want to include some slippage into it, what I would do is this. First, I'll let it finish running. Then I'll show you. Hurry, hurry. Step right up. I'm still really curious how this window is going to do if we get in a bull market again. So I would come in here into the commissions and the commission per share, and I would use these two here on that. That would be my 2 cents in the slippage. And so, you can go with fractions of a penny even on this one. Versus this, I'm just picking $1 in and $1 out on the trade, but you could up that more to account for slippage. I think that's the best way to do it. So this scan here, I've been forward testing this since the middle of January or middle of December, excuse me. And for someone that doesn't know what a forward test is, I run a back test since then on this without ever changing the scan itself. And that's it. And so this thing was, actually for a while was kind of a nice line with some dips and moving. When you see an equity curve like this, it's a real bummer because it means one day made that whole thing happen. And as you can see, there's the one day that really made that happen. Now, in fairness to myself, when we've had some okay runs, we've seen some of this go on here. So it's still showing signs of life here. And obviously today's data hasn't been crunched, so it can't account for what today did. But it had no trades today, I don't think. So with that said, when we get in a nice trending market, I'm curious as to what this will do. Now, at one point, this most winning days in a row, I had as high as, I think, back before the data drops off in January. All the data from January and February are basically gone. I think I had 9 winning days in a row and 3 losing days in a row. So, like I said, I'll be curious as to what that can do when we get there. But for now, we can see it's not looking great in the tape we've recently had. And then I built this the other day, and I'm curious as what this will do. And I'll just forward test it for now. If I can even find it. Shoot, what did I do with that scan? Did I save it? I'd be really upset if I didn't save it. There it is. Not that I did a lot of work on it. This is using some ADX and DMI. And some simple back testing on it. Put a 3% stop loss and a 6% target. And so I'll be curious what this does when we get into a trending market. Oh, pre-market. Yeah, sorry. I totally dropped the ball on you on that. So you said simple pre-market, right? I'd go with this here, and I'll explain why, and then I'll circle back to the scan I just back tested. Pre-market, sorry, just looking. So first I'll share it and then I'll open the scan. Very, very simple pre-market scan. And you can make any adjustments on it, of course. But what I've done with this is I just took a top list, right? And I said, give me stocks that are $1 or more, and they have to have traded at least 5,000 shares on the day. And then I want you to sort them by volume percent today, all right? And if we look back, let's just go back in time. In the words of Cher, if I could turn back time. Let's look at, I don't know, let's say 7:30 a.m. this morning. And when we see stuff that's done, let's say 10% or more of their normal volume over the course of a day, over that period of time. So we're saying that by 7:30 in the morning, if we'd averaged 10 days, and this thing's already done 10% of its total day volume by 7:30 in the morning, I might want to give a look at it. Anything else that's moving up like this, all right? And then we know we've got a minimum of 5,000 shares traded on it for the day. So we're trying to cut out junk. And of course, you might consider junk under 20,000 shares in the pre-market, or you might want to see it even if it's only traded 30 shares in the pre-market. But either way, this is going to populate from top to bottom the ones that have done the most volume by percent on a 10-day average. And so that's what I've done with that. And made it very, very simple. Now, something like this, you're never going to see an Apple in here. You're never going to see a Netflix in here. You're never going to see a Google, things like that, because, those things trade massive amounts of shares a day. And for them to do so much massive on a percent basis, I mean, they'd have to have something, really crazy happening compared to any of these other things. So this is really just trying to point you at the flavor of, what might be the flavor of the day going into the live market action. You could always, we could whip something out also like this. This is a low, I might have deleted it. Let me look. Low. All right, so I've also got this one here that you might want to look at. I'll share it first and I'll go over it. Now, it's really looking at low float stocks, but this was when I thought I was going to be like a low float trader and all those things like that. And I've long since said, I don't care what the float is. The float's irrelevant to me. But, I shared it out with you. And what this is doing, it's going to take stocks that... Is this the one I shared? Yeah. So it's going to take stocks that are between 50 cents and $30. They traded 5,000 shares on the day. I put this EPS hack in here to keep out ETFs. And they got to be under 50 million in the float. And then it's sorting by chain on, oh no, this one's sorting on volume percent too. Interesting. Let me share a different one with you. But that's an all right one too. Like I said, if you want to cordon off by float, let me make sure I get the right one here. Open this one. All right, yeah, so this one here. Bring the window over first, and then I share it out. It's been so long, I didn't even remember I used the EPS hack in this thing. That's how long it's been. I haven't used that very much lately. All right, so this is another one here. This one's sorting on change from close. So if we come back into the configure, similar to what I just showed you, but this is 25 cents and above, traded 10,000 shares on the day, EPS hack and under 50 mil in the float, and it's sorting on the biggest change from close percent. So things that are up the most from yesterday's close. We have all pre-market hours now. So these scans will start loading at 4 a.m. Eastern. So if you load it at 7 a.m. Eastern, it'll load what the current data is with what's going on right now. So those are three real simple ones that I'd share with you there. Now I was going over something, what we were talking about. We'll make sure I didn't, if I missed anybody else's questions, let me know. I think I got to everybody. Michael Anthony's asking about some oil companies under 15 bucks. I'm not really sure. I mean, build a top list, I guess, and give it a limit of $15. Let me circle back to that in 1 second. Any Hall of Fame for strategies? Not for me. I've you were asking for, this is for asking about a Hall of Fame for back testing, forward testing strategies. Not for me. Anything that I back tested and went really well, as I forward tested, it fell apart, and even in a bull market. I have a lot of hopes for this ADX scan and this other one here, off highs breaking resistance, but they're both made for uptrending markets, which we have anything but an uptrending market currently. So, that's where I lie with those. I mean, if you want them, I'm happy to share them. It's, for all I know, we end up in a bull market. They might be something great to run during the bull market. And obviously, when the bull market, or when we're not trending anyways in the bull market, they're probably not going to be as nice. But you're welcome to them, and you can use them as templates or anything. Just let me find the cloud links to them. So off highs, breaking resistance, copy, paste. So there's that one, and ADX, and here's the ADX scan too. So there's access. These are probably the two most hopeful I've ever been on back testing, but I've had stuff that back tested so amazingly, but I over optimized it. I curve fitted it essentially, just optimizing. And I must've had, filters that went out and stretched beyond past the screen, and they were all like fitted just so perfectly. So it was like every day looked good on it, on the daily here and all that. And then when I started forward testing it, the thing completely fell apart, and it was kind of sad because I spent a lot of hours optimizing that scan, but that was before I understood what over optimization meant and things like that. So that just kind of is what it is. Let's see, tools, new top list, exchange, Windows specific filter, $15 for max, hide unused. Symbols list. What I'm doing is building out a quick scan that's going to focus on energy plays. So sector, and under $15, sector, energy, power shares, nothing there. So I can't do it this way. I wouldn't know how to do it, Michael Anthony. I mean, I'd have to go through and research stocks like that, which I'm not, I'm not in the position to currently do with a few minutes left before I wrap up for the day. Pro shares, agriculture. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to add that. So mining, oil and gas extraction. So we'll add that. We'll add utilities. Professional leasing, warehouse, waste management. No, I guess that's everything. Warehouse finance, real estate, educational. All right, so we've done that like that, under $15. And so these would be a list. So here, I'll just go ahead and share this out, and you can take a look through these here for you there, Michael Anthony. So there we go. And so it'll be, all energy names under $15. Tusk. We could even, you can even add a filter to it for volume, shares traded today. REI, wasn't this a darling a while back? No, I was thinking of something else. Might be interesting. Again, I'm interested in seeing these energy names that have these wedges forming, or not a wedge. I'm sorry, symmetrical triangles. There's your EGYs on there. Tell, but I don't know about Tell. I took a bath on this one, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I took a bad loss on this. Yep. Well, actually, it was months ago. I saw this. I went long on this day, and then I got stopped out down here. That sucked. Oh, well, it happens. What are you going to do? Okay. Hi, Chris. I think you shared this early. Can you please, again, share the scans you use for aftermarket analysis? Yeah. These are the ones that I use for looking at charts. They work better in a bullish environment, obviously, but my evening scan. What else? Life, position, lifetime range, share, copy. There's that. And strong options in a 20-day range. There you go. There we go. You're welcome, Michael Anthony. What about candlestick patterns? What's the breakout pattern in the range? We're not good at those candlestick patterns. And you're right. They're very difficult to define algorithmically. What we have is this. If you come to configure on any scan and you go to symbols lists, we have these daily patterns. If you click daily, we have these here. And that's, the best of what we have in general. On an alert window, we've got a few patterns. In search, I don't know, patterns. Geometric patterns, we've got these ones in here. All right, broadening bottom, some of this stuff in here. And then we have, some of this stuff in here for individual candlestick stuff like this as alerts. These ones in here. And the last thing I can point you to is our Market Explorer. So if you come to new and this e-window, Trade Ideas Quant, and here's our Market Explorer window, and I'm going to share out a link. Copy. This is more on our Market Explorer right there. All right. So you can find more on that here. And in here, we have these windows. So right click server window, and we have all these in here. So you're going to have some inside bar stuff going on, some bull and bear flags, some divergence scans, gap up fills down. And all this stuff is in the user guide. Some of these moving averages at the bottom might not have made it there yet. We're slowly adding them in. They just came online today. But all this Bollinger Band squeeze and all this up will be in the user's guide that I shared right there, that link to that there. I ignore my last question been answered. What about candlestick patterns? Yep, we just went over that. In the odds maker, no, there's no, you can put those alerts in. You can't do anything odds maker wise with the Market Explorer. But you can put those candlestick patterns in and then, define the rest, the ones that I shared with you. You could use any of those and then run the back tester on that. Once you've added, so, you came to configure and you either wanted to run, based on a symbols list of one of the candlestick patterns that are in here under daily, So you could add these all to the scan and have it only look at those symbols list. You could add one or you could add them all. And then you could build a scan based on the rest of all that, making a new high on the day, plus it fits the candlestick pattern, and do it like that. Or you could use one of these alerts in here that I was going over before, any one of these ones in here, or the geometric patterns. There's somewhere up in here. You use any one of these, geometric patterns as well, and then run a back test on that. And then you have to define, the rest. The other thing with these geometric patterns or anything else, so there's the Windows specific filters. So if you have these filters down here, these ones with the dual icons are filters, all right? Also, some alerts have filters attached to them. Like you see the percent here, or, MACD doesn't have any filters on it, but then you'll see these hours of trading here for these, and the same thing with the geometric patterns, these hours of trading. So if you come and you click on this and you go to help, it'll bring you to this web page here. All right. And this first part of the help gives you the definition of what a triangle bottom is, or top, or rectangle bottom, so on and so forth. If you scroll down further past there, you get the definition of what the alert specific filters are. And so if we come down here, there we go, alert specific filters. All right. All this will tell you what those are looking for when we put those values in. So for example, on this here, we see this crossed above resistance and it says hours of trading. That web page right here in the descriptions of the alert specific filter will go into what the value means by adding a value here in these here and hours of trading and things like that. All right. So that covers that. And I'm going to start to wind it down as I do have to get ready to skedaddle. That covers that. That covers that. I believe I shared that energy scan. Let me configure window. There we go. File, load from cloud. All right, so it's this one here. I didn't name it anything, so you'll have to go in and name it. You're welcome, Dave. My pleasure as always. So there's that energy scan, a second shot at that for you there. Get rid of that. There you go, Michael Anthony. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to learn fundamentals. I just, as someone who has no finance background, I'm studying to be a chartered market technician and things like that right now. That's where I'm going to leave my focus. Based on what I think is bullish on charts is where I want to, allocate long-term or whatever money's going into my 401k. That's how I want to allocate with those things right now. And then if I see anything change, it changes back to technology change. I'll adjust my thing from there. I have ambitions of being able to make longer term stock picks at some point based on a combination of fundamentals and technicals, but I'm just not at that point of knowledge right now. And as I approach 40, my bandwidth in life and attention and learning is somewhat limited, keeping up with general life and, keeping up with my general life every day. So at some point, I never want to stop learning anything, but for now, fundamentals elude me. Yeah, it'll just say a top list default. Right. Yeah. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. Pattern recognition is just tough, and building it for anybody, inside, outside, all those things like that. And where we lack is we just don't do candle comparison well. And that's what holds us back on some of this pattern recognition. But it's not just us that doesn't do it. For example, Optima, if you're familiar with them, I don't really consider them a direct competitor of ours. We do things similar, but they do some things better and we do some things better. And even they struggle with pattern recognition. And, Matthew, the CEO and the founder of Optima, he'll tell you, I had a long conversation with him at the CMT symposium a month ago now. I can't even believe that's actually a month ago. And just discussing, scanning and things like that, and him talking about the challenges that they've had, and challenges that not just with pattern recognition, but, some different stuff in cycle theory and cycle analysis and stuff like that. So, a lot of the stuff, because it becomes so subjective and there's no clear cut, this is it, becomes very difficult with any of those things like that. So, you go through anything that, interests you, Michael Anthony, as far as any of the fundamentals go, and throw some charts at me. I'm here every day, 3:30, throw some charts at me and we'll look at them, look at them together for sure, Michael Anthony. You bring some fundamentals to the table and I'll bring some technical analysis to the table. And not that I'm any expert on, I happen to like to do it. Market Smith, I've never used Market Smith, so I can't comment to them whatsoever. I'm familiar with Optima because I'm using their course for the CMT exams. And so I get access to their software, and I haven't done a ton of stuff in their software, just a little bit of dabbling around, but, messaging back and forth with Matthew and, talking with him and a few other people from Optima and some people that I know that have used the software and getting their kind of 2 cents on it. So, Optima is a great software. They do a lot of good stuff. And especially if you want to go way, way back in history, they do some really good stuff. Their history goes longer than ours. What they don't do is they don't have the time-stamped alert stuff. They don't have the live charts like we have. They don't update quite as quickly on some of the filters for scanning. They don't pivot as quickly as we do, but we don't have the historical data that they do. So, my dream would be if we could somehow buy them out, or some kind of merge or some kind of, work out like that. They also, Optima has all the markets, they have FX, they have commodities, they have options, they do a lot more and that kind of stuff like that, that we don't do, where we're focused on stocks. So, some spots where we're limited, they have more stuff. Some spots they're limited, we have more stuff. So, and that's just kind of the way that works like that. So, options volume line for previous day close. No, options volumes mostly are live for us. If you're looking at put call ratio and things like that. So, all right. Yeah, Michael Anthony, we can look at some of those together tomorrow. I looked at a couple of those today. I am going to wrap up. It's 4:37 now, and I do have to run. My 12-hour marathon day has concluded. So, all right. Thanks everybody for popping in. I very, very much appreciate it. You all, as I always say, make sure you're taking care of your head. You all have a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are. Get outside, stretch your mind, stretch your legs, stretch your brain, get some sun, journal, whether it's, an audio journal, a written journal, anything like that. All really, really important stuff to do. So I thank you all very, very kindly again, and we will catch you on Turnaround Tuesday, although we don't need a Turnaround Tuesday considering that it was a solid update today again. So, all right, take care, everybody. Thank you. We'll thank you for popping in, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Bye-bye.